And a very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching in the world. Flux Motorsport is back in 2021, and you're joining us here for our special event in winter time, of course, as you can tell from the snow-capped Hell circuit. And we're doing things a little bit differently this time around with a rallycross knockout dubbed the One Night of Hell. Joining me in this snowy region of Norway is TheConsole, and it looks as though we're about to get Heat 1 underway.
Good afternoon, Murph. And wow, we're straight in. Love it.
Straight into it. We've got Mark, Pogo and Dirk Diggler, and they're away here around this Hell circuit. Pogo just holding on to the immediate lead, but it looks as though he's opted for the regular one. The two other drivers in Pogo and Dirk Diggler opting for the Joker first lap around. But Mark is well away. Looks as though Dirk Diggler does have a bit of a warning going on, but Mark is into a clear lead, and you can see they're really struggling for grip on this icy, snowy rallycross circuit. But full send there from Mark, the Australian driver. Not used to these snowy conditions, but he's doing pretty well. Big gaps already starting to form on this one.
Interesting to note that Mark still has his Joker lap to do, which is why he's got a bit of a 2-second gap to go in front of these guys. People to keep an eye out are Pogo. Pogo has been lightning quick in practice in these sessions. Really got a hang of these. So this is still all to play for.
A little bit of front end damage there. We can see the bumper hanging off, and Mark now getting his Joker in, which slots him into second place, just ahead of Dirk Diggler. You can just see coming into the background there. Let's jump into the chase cam of Dirk Diggler. Let's get a good idea of those lines and the distances that are going off. You can see Pogo there early onto the handbrake, chucking it in. Dirk Diggler opting for a bit of a different tactic, and we're going to be pulling out 8 laps, as you can see on the top of the screen here. So 6 more laps to go as they come around the final bend. Looks as though Mark's made a bit of a mistake, and it might allow Dirk Diggler to try and sneak on through. Unfortunately, looks as though Dirk has just struggled to try and retain traction and over the jump there on the start-finish line. That will bring some large mainstream chaos once these groups start to go out. Let me give you a little bit of a run through as we see the two drivers getting ultra close now about how this is going to form today. We're going to be bringing you back-to-back races in the first 4 heats with different drivers in each one. The first place, second place, third place and fourth place as they come together there. That is Dirk Diggler spun around with Mark. They're going to have to try and retain this. As I was saying though, first place, second place, third place and fourth place will then race each other in the final 4 heats of our qualifying stage. Big accidents as well from Dirk Diggler. That's going to give some serious front end damage as he exposes the front end.
Think of the cooling he's now getting. That's a tactical decision.
Ultra cool. Anyway, I think in these conditions, but I wonder how it's going to affect him. Let's have a little fly over to Pogo once these guys are out of the action and see whereabouts he is, because he's out of shot at the moment. But yeah, going back to our format, we're going to have 8 heats altogether in the qualifying rounds with 2 races in each heat, and then we're down into knockouts. We are running 2 groups simultaneously here, so you're tuning in to the Group 1 stream here, and then we'll be joining them all together into a grand final for the final race of today's action. Diggler's just got a window of opportunity there, but hasn't managed to capitalise on it. Still held up in second place though, with Mark trailing behind. Let's have a look over to Pogo where he's at the moment. Bring up the track map as well so you can see almost, well, over half a lap now I think lead to Pogo, and he just needs to keep this one nice and slow and steady, bring it on home to capture the full points for first place. Jumping back over to Dirk Diggler, he's still able to hold on to second place here. Doing everything that he can just to try and shorten that lead. Both drivers looking very even on this one though. Dirk Diggler actually set in a best lap time, that last lap around.
Mark is going completely full send in turn 1. These little cars look great going sideways.
Handbrakes are equipped on these cars as well, and you can see they're definitely utilising them. See, early handbrake from Mark, and he really is sending it. I think he's just having a bit of fun now whilst trying to maybe take over that second place, but two very, very different tactics around this rather tricky circuit. If you've ever driven around hell anyway in the dry, it's not the easiest, but when you add a bit of snow and a bit of ice to the equation, certainly mixes things up. Dirk Diggler now has been able to pull out a bit more of a lead. He's now running 1.1 seconds ahead of Aussie Mark, and he's looking like he's got the job done on the penultimate lap. Oh, a bit of a mistake there though from Dirk Diggler. Might actually allow the door to come on open. Look at that, over-rotating so much.
The thing to keep in mind, guys, is that although these are Rallycross, they are the RX Lights, they are the baby version, they do not have as much power as you'd want them to have, so they will bog down if you get too sideways. You can see Mark there having issues. There is a very fine line between going sideways and staying forwards and just coming to a stop. Something that Pogo seems to have absolutely mastered.
Really has, as Pogo comes across the line. So Pogo takes the first victory of the afternoon here in the Group 1 stages. It's just whether or not it's going to be Dirk Diggler in second, or whether or not Mark is going to be able to pull off something spectacular. You can see there the little Ford Fiesta just scrambling to try and gain traction. I think Dirk Diggler is going to get this one in the bag. Oh, and a big mistake there from Mark. Up the advertising hood, and I thought he was going to take off and try and land on that low loader. But yeah, looks as though this race is pretty much done, and that is a wooden sign there. You make sure that you catch that one. So the results are in for race 1 of stage 1 here. Pogo Mojo taking the victory, Dirk Diggler in second place, and Mark in third. We are going to
they get to go again
back to Race Central, and they will be kicking this one off almost immediately, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see whether or not they fare in the same fate in race 2 of this Heat 1 qualifier.
I don't think I was ready for such an explosive start. Caught
you off guard somewhat. We do usually have a bit of talking time.
We pressed go, and then that was it. We were straight in, boys. This is the way.
And if you want to check out what the progress is in Group 2 as well, we have got Lecky 2000 and McToasty hosting that lobby. So they'll be running two side by side. If you've got two devices, you can tune into both of them.
Just checking in now. They are on lap 3 of the first race. Immortalis currently sitting in first with Flushthetic, and I'm not quite sure who that full name is in third. All of them taking their Joker lap. So they're about halfway through race 1.
And we're just about to begin race 2 here of the Heat 1. So they're lining up once again. Let's jump on board with Pogo actually as this start gets on. So we're now inside the cockpit of Pogo. Green light and away we go. Rapid start there from Mark. Dirk Diggler seemed to bog down a little bit, and Pogo is starting at the back of this grid, immediately avoiding the Joker, so he wants to get an early start here. Look at how controlled he is over this. You can tell that he's been putting in the practice. The American driver is early doors over in that part of the world, and what a perfect line through that. Dirk Diggler currently in second. Let's have a look at the battle between himself and Mark. Mark looks as though he's found himself over 1.5 seconds back, so trying to claw back an early deficit here. Of course, it won't matter. All of these drivers will race twice again in order to try and secure their places into the knockout rounds, as we see Dirk Diggler heading over to that jump and Mark just following as well. Let's have a look over to Pogo, see whether or not he's going to be taking the Joker this time around. He holds off on it, so he's looking to try and get a very early lead here. Of course, all drivers must complete the Joker lap at least once in every single race, as is the Rallycross way. And already Pogo Mojo with a 4-second lead, and that should give him pretty much free access to that Joker lap whenever he decides to take it. Also, looks as though Mark hasn't actually completed the Joker, so apologies for that. I thought that he'd taken it on lap 1, but doesn't seem to be the case. Diggler now 5.7 seconds behind Pogo Mojo, and Pogo Mojo is absolutely on it. What do you reckon, Alex? Is he going to be a potential favourite?
I'm gonna, if I was a betting man, I'm gonna go for Pogo. The other person to keep an eye out for is a guy called Little God. He has also been absolute flying, and Bruce as well, not slow in these, which is not only frustrating, he seems to be awkwardly quick in everything. So yeah, they're going to be a 3 to keep an eye on. I reckon Pogo could go all the way. Super consistent. You can see his lines are so clean. He's really got a handle of these cars. So
I think I've seen in the chats that Little God's been able to put in 40-second laps, but it's whether or not they're consistent at that, whereas we can see Pogo Mojo really consistent in his lap times. In fact, he's not too far away from Mark at the moment, about half, or just shy of half a lap behind, and in the current pace he might well catch up to him at the end of this 8-lap race, who knows. But yeah, Little God is certainly one to look out for. We'll have to try and keep tabs on the goings on in Group 2.
So Group 2, they're just on their last lap now by the looks of it. Immortalis just about to cross the line in first, Flush still in second, and not, apologies, I don't know the full name of him, I only get the brief, is still in third. So Immortalis takes the win in race 1.
The Northeast driver there from Newcastle looking to try and progress top of the group into the knockout stages, should I say. Looks as though Mark still yet to complete his Joker lap. Let's have a little look over to him and see whether or not there's any damage on the front of that car. Looks as though he's been keeping it clean and he's making improvements, but you can see there taking the inside line, not necessarily the best way when it comes to rallycross. You can see him very, very wide on exit, and that is definitely going to be slowing him down, but he has set a best lap this time. He's broken into the 43.2, so making improvements, whereas Pogo on a 44 last time, but that was his Joker lap, so that explains the slight delay, and we can see a bit of overcorrection, scrubbing off loads of speed there.
Just to interrupt Merv quick, Immortalis had a time penalty, so he's actually second. Flush took the win.
So that is race 1 in Group 2. Flush, I think, taking the victory due to a time penalty awarded by Immortalis. So wherever you're watching in the world, let us know. We'd love to see your comments, and of course, if you're enjoying this today, please do hit that like button. If you really love it, make sure that you hit the subscribe, because we've got plenty of action coming up in the upcoming season, which does begin in just over a week's time here at Flux Motorsport. We're coming in with even more on-track action as well this season. We've got big things on the way, but I will go into that a little bit later on when we've got a little bit more time to explain. Meanwhile though, Pogo Mojo now on to his final lap of this second race in Heat 1. Looks to make it back-to-back victories, and pretty comfortable as well, almost 10 seconds ahead of Dirk Diggler. Buttery smooth lines throughout all of this very tricky ice-laden circuit. Not something that we regularly do here at Flux Motorsport, but that is what we like to try and do for our special events. Give the drivers something a little bit different, push them out of the comfort zones, and who knows, we may have just unlocked some secret talents in quite a few drivers. Certainly looks to be, as Pogo Mojo jumps over the line to take that race victory. Dirk Diggler now with just one corner to go before he goes over that rather impressive jump finish, and that will be a brace of second places for him. And over to Mark now, just crossing the halfway point around this hell circuit, and around the final corner for the Australian. Over the line he comes. So that is race 2 now completed. That is Pogo Mojo totaling 12 points altogether. Mark in last place in the first heats with 8 points, and Dirk Diggler in second with 10 points. So if you'll just excuse us, we'll just start to fire up the second round of drivers in this qualifying heat stage. Up to come, we've got TTV Giacomo, Mays, Bruce Law and Dr. Potford. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be bringing you all that action very shortly.
And whilst we are getting this lobby going, Group 2 are about to kick off their second race. So if you don't want to miss any more racing, you want your fix, head over to there and come join us shortly.
Okay, so we're back in the room. Looks as though we've still got one straggler with... in fact, no, looks as though we're
Everyone's
all ready
here,
to go. It's just Dr. Potford to ready up. If I hit on the vote to start button. That should hopefully kick it off.
There we
go. All thumbs are up, all drivers are ready. And it was even less painless than I anticipated, which is always nice. So whilst we're waiting for this to load up, I'll just start giving you a little bit of a brief over what you can expect. The championship sign-ups do begin here at Flux Motorsport this coming Monday. So tomorrow the sign-ups will open for all of our drivers. If you're interested in getting involved in Season 1 here in the 2021 year, then all you need to do is head on over to fluxmotorsport.com and you'll find a link over to our Discord from there. You'll then just need to go through an evaluation drive, as all of our drivers do, but you'll be welcomed in by a member of the staff and we'll get you signed up as quick as possible. So, running in with this one, we've got TTV Giacomo, Dr. Potford in the number 62, Giacomo in the number 16, Bruce Law in the number 32, and Mays in the number 49. These are all the cars to look out for now. We've just got to look out for the green lights here. The beautiful backdrop of this Norwegian hell circuit.
It's not too dissimilar to the UK at the minute, mate, with all the snow and frost on the floor.
Well, up north where I am, unfortunately, it's looking pretty sludgy, but I know that we've had snow all across the land, especially up in Yorkshire, and it was actually Giacomo in Worcestershire that's also had a fair bit of snow. Not sure about you, Alex.
We've had frost. We've avoided the snow. We've had frost. Not quite enough to go rallycrossing here.
And we're away here in Heat 2, Race 1. And look how even it is. It looks as though Mays has just missed out. Is he going to go for the Joker straight off the bat? He is. I think that's also Bruce Law as well, running over for the Joker lap. So Dr. Potford in first place, TTV Giacomo in second. And what a great livery that is from Mays. That's hilarious, but Dr. Potford still in first place, TTV Giacomo all over the back of him. I can see him there enjoying a little bit of drifting, Giacomo. Going to lose out on a bit of time, but you can automatically assume he's got a beaming smile when he's going that sideways.
It's very hard to drive these and look miserable.
Jump forward the first time. Dr. Potford in the lead, TTV Giacomo in second, and it looks as though Dr. Potford and TTV Giacomo now opting for the Joker, so this could give Mays an opportunity to try and close in that gap, maybe slot into second place, and super close there. Looks as though a little bit of nudging there, and who's come off worst? That is Giacomo, I think. Giacomo spun around, I think all of his own doing. Bruce Law now looking to send up the inside of Mays. But this is much, much closer than the first race. Look at them all going. I think Giacomo was way out of the running, unfortunately. He's going to have to try and recover that in race 2, I believe. Mays going very sideways and making contact there with Dr. Potford. Bruce Law just biding his time, holding out on the back, and over the jump they go. A little bit of contact in mid-air. And what a race this is. Mays now sending it up the inside, ripping onto that handbrake early doors, and Bruce Law still just waiting patiently in the wings, waiting for a mistake. Lap 3 of 8 laps here. And Dr. Potford, I can almost hear his teeth grinding as he grits his teeth, trying to take that position back from Mays. He's up on the inside. Mays hits the handbrake early. Bruce Law, makes a little bit of contact as they come around, and Mays has come off worse. He's going to end up in third place here.
These guys know they've got to drive these cars again, right?
I think they're fortunate enough that those cars will be replaced by the time that they race them again, because I can imagine there's going to be some damage.
It's going to be an expensive afternoon is what it's going to be.
Yeah, Dr. Potford left, right, opposite lock, just trying to hold on to it. He makes a bit of an avoiding line. Whether or not that gives him a bit of the time penalty, I'm not too sure. Mays early onto the handbrake, and bit of bumping going on here, all to be expected within rallycross. Of course, we have slackened our clean race rules just to try and fall into the regular rallycross running order. We don't want any deliberate contact. There will be no ramming. There will also be no intensive blocking if you do go sideways. But other than that,
heavy petting.
Yeah, heavy petting shall be allowed. And
just an update on Group 2. Immortalis won again, this time without a penalty, so he actually takes first place. Flush was in second, and NOT in third. Not Samuel is his name. There we go.
There we go. So a mystery driver finally confirmed. Of course, we are only watching this from the same stream that you'll be able to watch, so we just get a 3-letter abbreviation until we get to the start and finish screen. So Mays still remaining in first place, Dr. Potford in second. Bruce Laws now falling a couple of seconds back. Looks like he's going to have to settle for third unless there's any major mistakes from the front two runners. And TTV Giacomo's actually been able to claw a bit of time back. He's running relatively consistent laps. He is just a little bit slower than the rest of the pack at the moment.
And it looked like Giacomo just got really unlucky on the exit of this corner here, just bumped the back of the pack as they were all bumping and fighting position, and just got himself spun round. So it's unfortunate. We don't like to see it, but that's motorsport.
And we can see it looks as though Dr. Potford is now taken first place. He's on the outside line, and Mays absolutely bins it there. That's going to allow Bruce Law to take over second place. A bin of his own doing, I think, just caught the inside of that barrier. And the Armaco much stronger than the plastic fairings of these modified Ford Fiestas, and he comes off worse off. Is Mays now in third place, potentially with some damage as well. So Giacomo has got 2 laps to try and chase him, and it looks as though he's clawing off that gap as well.
We could almost hear the sigh of relief from Dr. Potford as that happened, and Mays is going all kinds of adventurous now.
Yeah, he does need to stick to the track, otherwise he might just suffer a time penalty.
Track limits are on, so he does need to be careful of that.
Of course, the track limits are on. The game will slightly relax them due to the weather conditions here, but it is still a risk of a penalty. Comes over the jump there for the final time, and it looks as though he's gone for a very wide line and maybe making a bit too much contact. That was rather heavy petting there onto the back of TTB Giacomo. Have to take another look at that. But Dr. Potford is just coming around the second to last corner for the final time, just about to send it around the final bend, I believe. Oh no, sorry, I've got myself all mixed up. That was the second to last corner. Around the final corner for the final time, and Dr. Potford takes the win here in race 1 in heat 2 of this qualifying group. Bruce Law ends up with second place in the end. Mays looks as though he's going to be able to bring it home for third, with Giacomo just about to cross the line now in 4th position.
That's a great truck.
Really is. And here is that final running order confirmed. Looks as though no penalties issued to Mays, but Giacomo is certainly going to be taking the gloves off into race 2 against the Moroccan driver. I am sure of that. But good victory there for Dr. Potford. Kept it slow and steady. Well, I say slow and steady. It's still
quite quick.
2.9s. Yeah, pretty damn quick. I do believe that Group 2's Heat 2 is just about to begin their first race, so we are running ever so slightly ahead of them. When we get through to the end of the knockouts, just before the grand final, we will be stopping it so that we can sync all of the drivers together, pull the 2 groups together. So be sure to hit that subscribe button to make sure that you don't miss any of that. But we are going to jump straight in now to race 2 of Heat 2. And are we going to see Dr. Potford on top, or is Bruce Law going to take it? I'm going to see maybe a little less mistakes from Mays. He certainly seems to have the measure of this circuit, but perhaps taking some rather adventurous lines through that one. We'll be keeping an eye on it for sure. Big shout out to the rest of the drivers that are going to be competing inside this Group 1. Patiently waiting in the wings and keeping an eye out, making some notes about the rest of the drivers as they watch them. Thank you very much for your patience, and hoping that you're enjoying this action as much as we are here in the commentary box. So here we are, lined up for race 2 in Group 2. Bruce Law looks as though he's starting on the front this time around. Dr. Potford in second with Mays in third. And that green goblin car, I'm going to nickname it. Do actually have the list of the motorsport drivers, but it's that thick and fast, the action here. There's not a chance I've got any opportunity to look at notes.
I think this is a lot quicker than what we thought. We thought that we were going to have a nice little talking bit, go through some stuff, and tell you about all the championships are coming up. But these guys are just getting straight into it. Obviously, everything from race one, they want to settle immediately. What bloody good fun to watch. We should do this more often.
Definitely sure. And here are the lights ready for race two. How's it going to start? Away to go. Looks to be a relatively slow start, but I think that is just the underpowered
Bruce got a great start.
Bruce has, and Mays is looking up the inside. He's got a little bit too sideways, but it looks as though Dr. Potford and Giacomo looking to get their jokers out of the way very, very early on here. You can see there Mays just over-rotating. That is certainly losing out some momentum, and he's at serious risk of catching that lamppost if he doesn't manage to correct it. That will do some damage to the front of that green goblin. Bruce Law though in first place, Mays in second, Dr. Potford in third, and TTV Giacomo looks as though he's got a bit of a slowdown, and we've seen a bit too much contact there as Bruce Law gets taken around the outside. Mays now in first position, Dr. Potford slipping into third and into second, and Giacomo now in third place. As Bruce Law managed to get that car turned around, it looks as though he has, but only just, and he's lost out a heap of time. As we see Mays taking the joker, almost colliding with the front of Dr. Potford, and looks as though the grudge match is about to begin now. These two drivers will not be taking it easy on Mays and GMR, shall I say. They're going to be going in with the gloves off for sure. Bruce Law finds himself 7.5 seconds away from the leaders, but he is putting in some pretty quick circuits, and there is that contact that we expected from the number 62 Dr. Potford onto Mays GMR, and it sent him over the jump at a bit of a jaunty angle. See almost three abreast there into turn one. Giacomo looks as though he's made a bit of time up on Dr. Potford, just ends up catching his front end on his rear though. That's going to scrub off a load of speed from both drivers. Bruce Law now just less than 7 seconds behind this pack, so he does have an opportunity to try and rein it in, provided he can put in some quick lap times. Mays GMR looks as though he's over-rotated, but he doesn't seem to be losing much time on this, Alex. It's a little bit deceptive, perhaps, from these tracking camera views.
It is a little bit strange. Normally you wouldn't see the quickest guys don't get the car that sideways because they haven't got an enormous amount of power. They've got enough, but not as much as the big boy rallycrossers have, where you can go near enough 360. But he does seem to be making it work for him. So. Obviously physics not really applying to him, or maybe just Dr. Potford and Giacomo fighting it out, just giving him a bit of breathing space, allowing him to have that little bit of wiggle room to have a bigger smile, I guess.
Just saw Dr. Potford there getting some air. I've not seen that. Maybe he came off the curb, not too sure, but I've not seen anybody get any air on the second corner. On the exit of the second corner, should I say. So Mays continues to remain in first place. Dr. Potford in second, TTB Giacomo in third, Bruce Law in fourth. All drivers have completed their joker laps, so it is just regular racing from here on in. Lap 5 of lap 8 as they come around the final corner just to begin lap 6. And it looks as though really it's a battle for second place between TTB Giacomo and Dr. Potford. Dr. Potford currently holding on to it, but Giacomo just having a little look up the inside there. Looks as though Dr. Potford just closed the door pretty professionally there, just to block off the young driver's approach. How are we getting on in the Group 2 session at the moment?
I think they are trying to herd the second lot of drivers currently.
just about to begin Heat 2, it seems. Running slightly behind us, almost by a heat, but as I say, not to worry, we will bring up and sync up both of the sessions once we reach the grand final stage. Until then, we'll keep on bringing you the action thick and fast here in Group 1 of the One Night of Hell event. Of course, these drivers will be battling it out for a Flux Motorsport prize and a charity donation to a charity of their choice. And Maze is currently looking like he's set to even himself out on points here. Dr. Potford and TTV Giacomo still duking it out, but it looks as though Bruce Lawby can just catch a glimpse of him there in the background. Currently running in 4th place, so that's going to make the second set of qualification heats, Heat 5, 6, 7 and 8. Very interesting indeed. Perfect little drift there from TTV Giacomo, controlling it really well, and it looks as though he's really found a bit of pace. All drivers lapping in the 42-second region at the moment, and looking to be pretty consistent with that. Bruce Law is currently last lap around in a 42.164, and I can imagine that's with a fair bit of front end damage as well after a pretty heavy collision into the wall. Maze is about to come around the final corner for the final time and take the victory in race 2 here of Heat 2. Dr. Potford finishes in 2nd with TTV Giacomo in 3rd, and Bruce Law just about to come over the jump to complete in 4th place. So there is your running order from this one. We will keep you updated into the Heat 5, 6, 7 and 8 groups once we've got these other 2 out of the way, but it's going to be CDN Trooper, Green Gaming, One Shoe and Taijo 1212 up in Heat 3, which we'll be bringing to you very shortly. And we're back in the room, ladies and gentlemen, just about to start our Heat 3 now. Only 3 drivers available inside. This one looks as though Green Gaming is a no-show, so it's going to be CDN Trooper, 1 show, and Taijo 1212 battling this one out. I know that Taijo has been running plenty of practice for this, so it's going to be definitely the one to watch just based off time alone, but we'll wait and see what the other drivers have got. So currently, as we go into the other heats, it does look as though we're going to have Pogo Mojo and Dr. Popford already qualified into that Heat 5 race into the top. But all could change depending on what happens in these upcoming races. Let's have a quick look through the liveries. CDN Trooper in the blue 44, 1 shoe in the number 50 Green Goblin, and Taijo 1212 in the number 21 black, white and blue livery. So let us know who your favourites are so far in all of the action that you've seen, but for now, let's go back onto the circuit as we sync up and get ready for race 1 of Heat 3. Lights are out and away we go. Taijo 1212 with a great start, it seems. Just trying to make his way through past 1 shoe at the moment, and looks as though Taijo and 1 shoe both opting for their Joker laps early doors. CDN Trooper now, though, has been able to bring out quite a lead. Taijo slots into second place. Looks as though 1 shoe's had a bit of a disaster here. It looks as though he's lost all sorts of momentum coming out of the Joker. I wonder whether or not he's just caught himself onto a little bit of a wall or something. But Taijo 1212 holding on to third place. Look at how quick he's sending it there into the final corner. I don't think I've seen anybody carrying that much speed into there so far today. Great work from our Filipino driver. Usually find him in some of the higher downforce vehicles, but now opting to go sideways and looking like he's pretty apt at it as well. Control pad player as well, so be interesting to see what comes of that. So CDN Trooper holds out onto first position. Taijo 1212 chasing right behind. 1 shoe in third place. CDN takes the jump, and you can see there almost 2 seconds of a lead developing, but Taijo was super quick that last time around. Looks as though 1 shoe's Joker lap hasn't registered. I wonder whether or not he invalidated it, and that's potentially going to make him go round once again around that longer Joker circuit into turn 1. CDN Trooper, though, with an almost 2 second lead ahead of Taijo 1212, with 1 shoe trailing almost 10.5 seconds back in third position. Actually getting tyre squeal there from CDN Trooper. I don't know if that was just in my ears or whether or not you can hear it too, but getting tyre squeal in these sort of conditions is an impressive feat for sure.
That's a lot of wheel spin action happening there then.
Spinning up the tyres in the snow. That's my first major impression so far.
It does look like CDN has that very neat and tidy.
I was just about to say, CDN is looking really, really smooth, and his lap times look as though they're going to challenge Pogo Mojo as well. Both American drivers, so obviously the Americans have got this one pretty much nailed. Got some newfound Ken blocks in our midst, it seems, really able to handle that sideways action. CDN Trooper now Midway through lap 5, does look as though Taijo is able to just hold on to that gap, but not really able to make any inroads on it. Very close in the lap times. Taijo actually quicker that last time around. So don't think we can write off the Filipino just yet. Really showing his strengths here, and he'll be looking to try and take hold of that win for sure. Lap 6 now of our 8-lap race. We are currently tuned into heat number 3, and it's race 1 of heat number 3. CDN Trooper, Wanshu and Taijo 1212. Green Gamer unfortunately disqualified after not showing up, so he'll be gutted about that. I'm sure he's put in plenty of practice.
Your mic has got a little funny, Murph. Have you thrown it on the floor? Have you dropped it?
You know what it was? My filter, my pop filter has fallen off. I've finally got it back on, so yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully that's coming through a little bit better now. We'll have to wait and see though. I'm sure we'll hear from the console once again. CDN Trooper getting very loose, almost colliding with a wall, just managed to save it though. On the penultimate lap, CDN Trooper continues to lead to Taijo. Wanshu is almost 20 seconds back now. That's half a lap away. As we come around into the final lap, you can see both drivers, fantastic viewing angle there just on how sideways they are. CDN Trooper and Taijo both looking as though they've pretty much mastered this one. Taijo's been able to really rein in that lead. He might even be able to do this if there is a mistake from CDN Trooper. To wait and see though, there aren't many corners left. Look at that sideways action. CDN Trooper absolutely nailing it. Taijo looks as though he's just lost a little bit of momentum coming into the final corner, but an admirable attempt there. CDN takes the victory here in race 1 of Group 3. Heat 3. Taijo finishes in second, and I think we're just about to see Wanshu limping that car around. It looks as though he's on the second to last corner now. You can hear how much he's off the throttle. Looks as though he's struggling to try and control it, but he does bring it across the line for third place. And we're back into the lobby now, just about to bring race 2 to you here in the third heat. Just apologies while I get myself back into the lobby.
There he be.
Here I am, back in the lobby. Sorry about that, gentlemen. Getting a little bit too trigger happy with the circle button, I believe. But we are all thumbed up, ready to go and bring you the action here in Heat 3, Race 2. Apologies for the mic disruption as well. As I said, bit of a technical issue. Hardware letting me down.
It's obviously got too excited. There's too much going on, mate.
There's far too much action and yeah, obviously just falling apart at the seams.
It sounds like your voice has gone. There's still a long way to go, Murph. Hang in there, mate.
I'm taking in fluids as we speak. Somebody pass this man a Strepsil.
So we're about to get started here in race 2. CDN taking the win last time out. Wanshu and Taijo are definitely going to be wanting to correct that. I thought there'd be more big action into turn 1 off the start of these cars, but it's been very well behaved.
It has, hasn't it? And you know what? I'm yet to see it, but I am expecting it at least 1 point. I don't know what's gone on in Group 2, But where the Joker and the regular circuit meet, I am expecting a huge accident at some point in at least one of these races. Well, here we go. Race 2 is about to get underway. Looks as though it was a really good start there from Wanshu, and he's already on it against CDN Trooper. Straight in. Oh, actually, it was Taijo. Taijo got opted.
It looked like Wanshu wasn't sure whether to go around the corner or take the Joker there. He's lost a little bit of time being hesitant.
That will cost you, especially in these, because you have to make your decisions so early on because of these track conditions. You have to really, you know, sort of make your mind up and then just live with it. It's almost like driving a jet ski.
There's no steering unless you're going fast.
There's no quick corrections coming from this. You know, if you've made your bed, now lie in it. Look at how much. I'm well impressed by how much Taijo sends it on that final corner.
I think they call that maximum attack.
Yeah, definitely. It almost ends up in a manual as the car lands
big
over
Scandi
the jump
flip.
Well. I mean, he isn't the fastest, but in terms of style points,
he's having the most fun.
Yeah, Taijo's nailing it.
Absolutely.
So, all drivers opt in for the Joker, it seems, on lap 1. Jokers have now been completed, so CDN Trooper in first place, Taijo close up in second. Look how close he was to that barrier. Let's have a little look on board just so that you can see what these drivers are seeing, because this is unbelievable. Looking out the side windows as much as possible. Do have windscreen wipers usually on the side, and you can see why. Look at that.
This gives you a better view of how early these guys are steering in and getting the throttle down, how much further up the road you have to be thinking in these little cars, especially in these snowy conditions. It seems to start to turn in now well before the apex and only just making it foot flat all the way up the hill.
And don't forget that handbrake will be pulled just before he starts his turning as well on these ones. I think CDN Trooper is definitely opting for the handbrake, looking at how side race is going, but completely nailing the throttle to make sure he engages traction and over the first jump, and he's already got 2.6 seconds ahead of Taijo, it seems. Taijo in second place, and Wanshu looks as though he's just struggling ever so slightly in terms of speed, as we see him there just coming up to the approach of turn 1. So CDN Trooper dominating in first place. That's who we were on board with. And you can see how well controlled he is as we were following on board. But it's so easy to make a little mistake with these. You can get super complacent. As soon as you lose your rhythm, the mistakes can come thick and fast. Taijo not too far away as well. He's in touching distance, so any form of over rotation or scrubbing off of speed, and Taijo will be right up onto his bumper. And of course, bringing you these races thick and fast. If you do have two devices, you can see what's going on in both Group 1 and Group 2 simultaneously. Lecky and Toasty bringing you all the action from Group 2. But in Heat 3 now, Race 2, it looks as though CDN Trooper is on track in order to get a brace of wins. Taijo is looking to upset it. He has been able to close down that lead. And in fact, look at his lap time. Taijo now dropping into the 40-second mark. And Taijo really looks as though he's hooking these ones up.
So maybe big sideways is the way.
Obviously so. I mean, so long as you can time it right. I think it's it all depends on your risk calculation. No guts, no glory.
I don't think he's calculated anything. I think that's why it looks so good.
Yeah, you could be right there, mate. But he's certainly able to hook a few of them up, and look at the way that he sends it into it. Let's have a look at how much that split time drops over as we go into the second to last lap. Both of them taking almost identical lines over the jump to cross the start finish, and really similar as well into turn 1. Looks as though Taijo just catching a little bit of curb there on exit. That is going to scrub away a little bit of speed, and it does look to be the case as CDN Trooper just extends his gap ever so slightly into the first couple of corners of this rather short rallycross circuit. TDN Trooper now 2 corners to go and looks as though he's going to secure those back-to-back victories. Taijo, though, is looking very tasty. You want to keep an eye on him as we go into the next grouping of rounds, heat 5, 6, 7 and 8. It looks as though Taijo is going to fare very well of these. Into the last lap, though, as we go, and it looks as though it may just be routine, so long as he can keep it pointing in the right direction now from CDN Trooper. Taijo doing his best, but CDN Trooper is really consistent in those 41-second marks. He's been up and down really between that sort of low 41s and high 41s, but if he can continue to get those throughout the competition, he'll fare pretty well as he takes the victory. Taijo looking to end that one in a sort of blaze of glory, I think, looking to really wreck his car as he crosses the finish line. Wanshu, though, meanwhile, looks as though he's got a bit of work cut out in order to challenge the boys at the top, but I'm sure he's having plenty of fun doing so, crossing the line there in 3rd position. So we'll be bringing you Heat 4 next, with Ben Bular, Spankmeyer and Deadly Hawk about to be called up for that race. back in the room, and it looks as though we've lost Deadly Hawk, suffering with some technical issues, it seems. Alex, is that right?
It looks like Project Cars 2 just will not let him load the multiplayer side of the game, so unfortunately he's going to miss this one out. And this was a 3-car lobby anyway, so these guys will be battling it out for ultimately some really good points. So in the grand scheme of things, I don't think they'll be too unhappy, providing nothing mental happens.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But we'll be. I'm sure. I mean, the worst they're going to finish is second place, so it's not going to be too bad for them.
You said it now.
See, both drivers disqualified. So if we just go into the chase cam, we've got Spankmeyer there in the number 75 in the red livery. Ben Bueller there in the number 83 in the orange car. Just syncing up now, and then we'll be getting this race underway. This might actually give me a bit of time to discuss what we've got coming on, but let's have a look at how close these guys are settled. It looks as though Spankmeyer is taking an early lead, and it looks as though Ben Bueller just going for the Joker straight off the bat. So interesting tactic there. I know I personally like to sort of hold out and see my position, but he's obviously feeling pretty confident.
I think if you end up stuck on the outside into turn 1, it's actually quicker to take the Joker straight away, because you can just, power straight into it and get it over with. Whereas you'll lose time sort of trying to brake and be careful trying to make no contact around turn 1. So I think we're going to see that a lot more often, especially coming into the semi-finals when it's going to be 6-man grids. I think we'll see a lot, sort of 2, maybe 3 people going for the Joker lap straight away.
On board now with Ben as he takes the inside regular lap, with Spankmeyer now coming around for the Joker. So both drivers now completing the Joker. It's almost like synchronised swimming, that, isn't it? Both of them entering the drift at the same time. And lick of flame there from Ben as he's really pushing that car onto its limits. And it's going to be a good measure of the two drivers. Let's see what sort of consistent lap times they can put together. They're just a little bit untidy on entry, and it's not lost him much time. He's just been able to power all the way through it, but just catching onto the curb, and that can pose difficulties if it puts you up into the air, especially as Alex said before, when we get into these larger grid sizes, into the knockout stages of this competition. So whilst we're tracking these guys around, let me tell you a little bit about what we've got coming up for in Season 1 here at Flux Motorsport. Introducing our new America Pacific region time zone races. So we're going to be bringing you 7 championships all together on Project Cars 2. Starts off with Tuesdays with our famous Flux Motorsport Touring Car Championship. I'm going to be bringing you all the action for that on Tuesdays. That is 8 o'clock PM UK time, and it's 3 o'clock PM Eastern Standard Time. Thursdays, it's going to be the return of the GT1 Championship hosted by Lecky and Toasty. That is going to be brought to you 8 PM UK time and 3 PM Eastern Standard. Friday nights is the American Sports Car GTE Series. That's going to be hosted at 1 AM UK time and 3 PM Eastern Standard. And on Saturdays we bring you 2 championships in the British time zone. It's going to be the LMP2 race hosted by TTD Giacomo this season around. 8 o'clock UK time, 3 PM Eastern Standard, and then the IndyCar races 1 AM UK time, 8 PM Eastern Standard. And Sundays, of course, would be the GT3s as we see Ben and Spankmeyer getting together there. Small mistake it seemed from Ben. It looked as though he wanted to send it up the inside and maybe just over-calculated, over-rotated in his drift and just caught the rear end. Could have gone either way, that one though. As I was saying, Sunday is the return of the GT3s, 8 PM UK time, 3 PM Eastern Standard, and then the Stock Car Championships, 1 AM UK time, 8 PM Eastern Standard. We are looking to broadcast all of these races for you and provide with commentary, so of course be sure to hit that subscribe button to our YouTube channel to make sure you don't miss any of the action, and there's going to be plenty of it as well. Also, if you like the content that we put out here at Flux Motorsport, we would love your donations to try and continue these special event championships and provide the best service that we can to all of our members. We are a community interest company, so we are non-profit. All of what we do gets pumped back into the community, and if you do want to donate, then you can go to our website www.fluxmotorsport.com/donate, and you'll find a link there to our PayPal. Anything that you can contribute would be appreciated, but if not, just make sure that you enjoy all of the content that we're going to be bringing you in the upcoming 8-week season. So penultimate lap now, and it's Spankmeyer ruling the roost in this 2-car race. Lap 7, it looks as though he's got 3 seconds after the mistake by Ben Bilar, and going to be a pretty comfortable victory here in race 1 of Heat 4. Have to wait and see what race 2 will bring. Crossing the line for the second to last time. And again, prompting a bit of tyre squeal there, heating up the tyres. Magic, it seems. And they are great fun, these. If you haven't ever tried Rallycross on Project Cars 2, I would definitely recommend it. Get your boys together, get yourselves in a party chat, and basically knock the living crap out of each other for as many laps as you dare. You remember though, no pit lanes in this one, so make sure that you've got enough fuel on board and try and ruin those tyres as much as possible. But Spankmeyer now crosses the line. First place for him. Ben Bilar just also crossing the line in second place now. Yeah, 1 second penalty as well from Ben Bilar, so a little bit of track limit breaches, it seems. But we'll get back into the main lobby and then we'll get underway for race 2. Will be a slight pause as we go into Heat 5 as we calculate all of the numbers, try and get the shout out to the relevant drivers that are going to be inside that one. As I said earlier, it's going to be all of the first place finishers against all the first place finishers, second against second, third against third, fourth against fourth, etc. until we have completed. And then it's going to be a case of drivers eliminated. The bottom 4 were supposed to be eliminated, but after a few DNS, it's going to be interesting to see who gets scrubbed as we go into the knockouts. Looks as though we're ready to go here. Just waiting for the drivers to get their thumbs up.
Oh, it looks like they're exchanging a few words. That this is the
we can see the mic going.
pit lane antics.
Putting those helmets against themselves there and telling each other what's going to happen in the next race, I'm sure.
So I'm just looking at the sheet now, and it appears it is the heat, depending on how Ben does in this heat now. Heat 5 is going to be Pogo, Giacomo, CDN, and maybe Ben. So we wait and see.
I think it will change once we get this race result in. But yeah, we'll wait and see. Looks as though we're all synced up and ready to go. Get this race 2 underway. Fortunately, only 2 drivers inside this one, but who's going to be best out of them? Spankmeyer on the last one. Are we going to see Ben Bilar challenge him this time? Spankmeyer on the inside in the white and red livery. In the orange, and he opts for the Joker straight away again, taking good advantage of that outside line. You can see just how much of a deficit it gives you taking the Joker. That 2 seconds lost, it seemed. Stacking up, I did hear a little bit of a drop in revs from Ben, and it maybe just making a mistake coming out of that first corner from the Joker lap. We've got great guns now, just clipping the inside of that corner. A little kink and setting himself up nicely for the 2 corners that follow. Look at that inside line. And there it shows around about 3 seconds difference for the Joker, and that is probably on the optimum line as well.
deep into that corner there. That's going to give Ben the line. There it is.
Real close look at that. I can just imagine the noise that came out of Spankmeyer then as Ben, you know, grips that handbrake and flings it around. Certainly the place to be putting his Scandi flicks, and it looks as though Spankmeyer there taking the inside line. He's got it done as well. Great move from him. Played the tactical game and it paid off an absolute treat. Moves up into first place. Ben now has all the work to do once again. Oh, and a huge mistake there from Ben Bilal. He ends up going all the way out, taking a large circle, and I think this is the race pretty much done now for him. He's going to finish in second place though, so it isn't the end of the world. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Spankmeyer. Let's go on board with him. Do enjoy just having a look. This is what the driver is currently seeing on their screens at the moment. Whether or not it's in cockpit view or whether or not they're on bonnet cam, it doesn't matter. This is how much they've had to practice this this circuit just to try and get their entry points nailed in. You can hear how much tyre squeal they're getting on these icy conditions. Shows absolutely torturing the tyres indeed. Right on the limiter there. In fact, let's bring up the speeder. Let's have a look at how he's utilising these gears. We'll see them just venturing into fourth gear ever so slightly. Yeah, and then back down into second, and that's why you're getting absolutely tortured on the tyres. Holding it into first gear all the way around and shifting up nice and early just to try and get the power down. Does just venture into fifth gear there ever so slightly, so interesting there from Spankmeyer. Now just coming up to the final corner, bit of an overcorrection required. Let's jump back on trackside and get a good view of this action. We've got Ben currently 8.7 seconds or so behind. Holding his own at the moment now. Spankmeyer does look as though he's going to get these brace of wins, and that is going to be a crucial 12 points to his total from the heats. We do, of course, have the heats results here. So far, we've got CDN Trooper sat on top along with Pogo Mojo because they're back-to-back wins. We're also going to have Spankmeyer in that list as well. Dr. Popford will slot down into fourth place on 11 points. And then it's Dirk Diggler, Taijo and Mays on 10 points in 5th, 6th and 7th. Then Mark Wanshu and Bruce Law are tied up on 8 points with TTB Giacomo in 11th and 7th. Spankmeyer and Ben Mueller is currently in this one. Once they get their points sorted, it will change, but we will have Green Gaming and Luke Snipes at the bottom of the order with Will Poir so far, but we will have the opportunity to race in the upcoming heats, so they will be able to still slot in their 2 races and still try and change that running order if they're available. Final lap now though in Heat 4. Race 2, Spankmeyer ruling the roost, and he's made a little bit of time up on Ben Buller in the last lap. Currently lapping round about the low 42 mark, which is pretty quick if he can keep it consistent. We've seen drivers get as low as 40-second laps so far today, but generally we're looking at 41s to low 41s to high 41s being the sort of consistent quick lap. Spankmeyer comes across the final corner for the final time, up and over the jump, and secures the second victory. Ben, meanwhile, looks as though he's just coming up to the final corner now, drifting his way across and over the line indeed. So we'll just get these points put in, and then we'll get the drivers rallied up ready for their Heat 5, 6, 7 and 8 races. Does look as though the next up we're going to have Pogo Mojo versus Giacomo, CDN Trooper and Ben Bular up in Heat 5 coming up soon. So stick with us, we'll get the Group 5 racers herded in together and we'll be back with you very shortly with plenty more sideways hell action. So it looks as though our drivers are ready. TTV Giacomo, CDN Trooper, Ben and Pogo Mojo in for this one. We've got two very, very quick drivers in here. We've also seen good aspects from both Giacomo and Ben as well. It just looked as though it wasn't their race in the last one. A couple of mistakes costing them. Some of them unforced in Giacomo's case, so it's going to be interesting. Could go down to anybody on this one. But we'll wait and see. I think the console is currently trying to get the information from Group 2 just so we know how that one's going on. Let's get this race underway. So let me know your predictions for this one. Pogo's been mighty quick, so had CDM as well. I think they're going to be the guys really duking it out. Good friends as well, I think, racing in the same time zone. But let's get reacquainted with the liveries from these drivers. CDN Trooper in the blue for TTV Giacomo in the white and blue liveried blue beam car. Pogo Mojo in the number 79, and Ben Bulair, as we've just seen in the previous race, in the number 83 orange liveried car. Just waiting for the lights here, and then we'll be getting the race underway. I'll get my notes out so I can just maybe keep an eye out on the team names for these drivers. Here are the lights. 3 reds, 3 greens, and away we go here in Heat 5, race number 1, and it looks as though we've got Pogo Mojo and CDN really battling out into turn 1. Whoa, close action there as Pogo Mojo decides to take his Joker lap, nearly wrapped himself around TTB Giacomo, but it's CDN Trooper out on top in the number 44 with TTB Giacomo in second place. Pogo Mojo and Ben opting for the Joker this time around in third and fourth place respectively.
See, with any luck, Ben should do really well here, having just completed a round. He should be nice and warm, have his eye in. Everyone else has had to be on the bench, have an orange, sort of cool down a little bit, so with any luck that plays into his hands.
It's going to be interesting as well, because I know Green Gaming missed his first 2 races in Heat 3 it was, but he is going to have an opportunity to come up, and he's going to be completely green to all of this one, no pun intended, due to his gamer tag name. But yeah, it's going to be interesting with these boys already putting in some practice against the other lobbies. Look how that looks fantastic. 3 drivers syncing up on the handbrakes, almost at exactly the same times. But CDN Trooper is currently in first place. Pogo Mojo is doing his best to try and change all of that. TTB Giacomo looking pretty sharp in third place as well. Let's go on to TTB Giacomo's cockpit view and get a good view on what's going on ahead of him. 2 American drivers really duking it out, trying to come out on top. Both of them really hungry for this one, to try and come out of the group stages on top. I think both of them will probably qualify based on the points, but that doesn't give you any bragging rights whatsoever. Both of them keen to win this one. Ben, meanwhile, finds himself around about 5 seconds away from the leaders at the moment, but there are 5 more laps remaining. And look how close it is now between Pogo Mojo and CDN Trooper as they went into the entry of the final corner.
I mean, I think I'm definitely more Team Pogo now. I've seen that, just realised that his car's pink, so...
Of course, if you want to, Alex...
that will go faster, fact.
Will always choose a pink car. Pink cars certainly go faster in his case.
Failing out ugly ones.
And just remember that you'll be able to see whether or not Alex can retain his FluxMotorsport Touring Car Championship coming up into Season 1 of 2021. He will be racing in a pink car. Looks as though we've got a bit of lag here coming from Pogo Mojo. Looks as though it's sorted himself out now, and it looks as though ping rates have dropped back down and he's synced back up. But yeah, I think you're going to have your work cut out this season in the touring car, if I'm honest, mate, depending on who manages to sign up for it. I know that in the off-season we've had some hugely quick drivers sign up, and I know a lot of them really keen of touring car racing, so it's going to be a tricky one for you. I know Lecky has also got his sights on you as well, as ever.
It's going to be trickier considering I've fallen into love a little bit with an orange BMW. But
that will mix things up.
I don't know whether I can do it. Is that cheating?
We'll wait and
Does that count?
I think... oh, big contact there. Big contact between Pogo Mojo and CDN Trooper. Both drivers really do well to hold on to it. And a little bit more as well. Elbows are certainly out. And,
I think in the trade we call that having a little nibble.
Oh, and he sends it up the inside. I think he's going to lose out come the next corner just because of momentum, but another coming together there. It's really taking chunks out of one another here. And that's allowed Giacomo as well to try and draw up on Pogo Mojo. Going to be interesting. 2 laps to go here. Race 1 of Heat 5. CDN Trooper in first place, Pogo Mojo in second, and all three drivers pushing themselves really, really hard. Three different lines though through that turn 2. Meanwhile, sorry that we haven't seen much action from Ben. It looks as though he's just out of shot at the moment, but I'm not leaving this action for 1 second. Really closely fought as we go into the final lap. We'll have to take some serious moves. In fact, there we see CDN Trooper just getting a little bit wide on exit, costing himself a little bit more time by going even further around. Pogo Mojo sends it up the inside. It was a bit cheeky, but I think he's managed to get away with it. Serious risk of sending each other off here, aren't they? I'm just waiting for one of them to turn the other one around.
You were waiting for a big accident. It could be here, especially as Giacomo's about to join the fray as well.
Oh, and there it is. There it is. Giacomo's going to take it around. Giacomo's going to take the win. You almost called it immediately. Yeah, Giacomo biding his time, and it looks as though Pogo Mojo making the most out of it as well. He loses his front end, but it's going to be TTV Giacomo taking first place here over the jump. Pogo Mojo in second, CDN Trooper in third after dominating the majority of the race, and then Ben in last place on that one. Real turnout for the books. In fact, it looks as though Giacomo's got a 20-second penalty, so it is going to be Pogo Mojo with the win, CDN Trooper in second, Ben in third, and Giacomo in last place. Real unfortunate. I wonder what that was for. We may have to check out whether or not there was contact made and whether or not it needs overwriting. We will check that out in the break between these ones. But so far, that is how the results stand.
I was about to say that the Giacomo mob appeared and gave him support, and then the massive overtake happened. Clearly, it was misplaced.
definitely some dubious action going on there from the Giacomo mob. Happy New Year to all of the Giacomo mob. Good to see you. Looking forward to seeing all of the comments. If you don't know, if you're only just joining it into Flux Motorsport's broadcasts, Giacomo has a massive following of fans that follow him everywhere we go. We absolutely adore them. Always active on the stream and give us plenty of entertainment. Sometimes arguing between themselves, sometimes just showing their excitement over moves that happen. But we'll have to wait and see what went on in that one, where the 20-second penalty came through. But I know I feel for him.
Just sliding back now, seeing if I can find it.
We'll check this out as we wait for the drivers to get the thumbs up.
It looks like it was for a false start.
Oh, painful indeed. I did see a little bit of movement off the line. I didn't know whether or not it was just syncing up before the lights came on, so we'll have to wait and see. As we see, we've got Green Gaming somehow entering the lobby. We'll just try and get him out of there.
You just go shepherd him out, yeah. I'm just reviewing the start from Giacomo now.
Yeah, he's just said it was a false start. That looks as though it sent him over onto the 20-second penalty. Just wait to shepherd Green Gaming out of this lobby, and then we'll get underway for race 2 of Heat 5 here. And there we go. Jumping the gun there. He'll be racing in... yep, he'll be racing in Heat 6. Just a little bit too keen, it seems. That's what happens when you show up late, isn't it? But we'll get this race underway and see whether or not Giacomo can have a little bit more luck for his fans. just whilst we wait, remember folks, if you want to know a little bit more about what we do here at Flux Motorsport, all you need to do is head on over to our website, as if you want to join it as well, head on over to www.fluxmotorsport.com. You'll find all the information that you want on there. We are currently rebuilding the website, so if it does appear down or if it appears in construction, that'll be the reason why. Just give it a little bit of time, refresh your page, and you should find all the information that you need on there. Also, if you want to keep up to date with all of the goings on, then you can follow us on both Twitter, Instagram and Facebook, and we'll be giving you all of the updates as and when they come. And also, if you are brand new to Flux Motorsport, our broadcasts, you can find some fantastically well-made videos that have been done by McToasty, just to give a bit of a presentation over the last season's antics, as well as a huge presentation video for this special event. And also you'll be able to watch and catch up on all of either the full stream events or the highlight videos from all of the previous 2 seasons here at Flux Motorsport. So, drivers are on the grid. Pogo Mojo and CDN Trooper. They're going to be going hammer and tongs, I think, after that incident almost cost them. Fortunate for them, TTV Giacomo did have a false start penalty that cost him that race victory. I'll have to wait and see whether or not he fares any better this time. I can imagine we're probably going to see a little bit of a delayed start. But let's have a look at the liveries once again. Remind ourselves, Pogo Mojo in the pink, yellow and white livery, number 79. CDN Trooper in the number 44. Ben Bilar in the orange, number 83. And TTV Giacomo in the...
Red Bull.
Yeah.
I've energy drinks, mate.
And away they go. You did see a slightly delayed start there from Giacomo, just making sure that he didn't make another mistake. Looks as though we've got Pogo Mojo and TTV Giacomo opting for the Joker first time around. CDN Trooper moves into the lead and sends it full there with Ben chasing in the background. Pogo Mojo and TTV Giacomo just coming into the screen.
And that is interesting that Pogo's taken the Joker already, because he had a great start, so would have had a clean run into turn 1, but obviously he knows something that the other drivers don't. It's often to get the Joker out the way nice and early and do the racing for the next 7 laps, so a bit of strategy coming into play there.
We'll wait and see what happens. I mean, I don't know whether or not he had another car up his inside. I think Ben might have been up the inside, so he obviously decided I can just send it into the Joker. As we see Ben doing the exact same there, absolutely ramping it through the Joker. Look over to him, just coming out now, just behind TTV Giacomo. Oh, and over-sending it, I think, there from Ben. Does look as though Giacomo also made a mistake there coming out of turn 2. And that cost him a little bit of momentum. Jump over to the leader. It looks as though he's got this the sort of rhythm of this track absolutely nailed. Has been the same with Pogo Mojo. We've seen it from quite a few drivers actually as well. Tyjo looked as though he really had the rhythm nailed down, and we see CDN Trooper now opting for the Joker. Let's see where this brings him out. Oh, and a collision with the wall, so that puts him behind Pogo Mojo. And Pogo Mojo now with around about 3/4 of a second to a second lead. TTV Giacomo in 3rd place with Ben in 4th. I imagine after the goings on in the previous race of this heat, we're going to see a real push for CDN Trooper to get in there and challenge Pogo.
It does look like there's been a little bit of a glitch in that the collision with the wall has meant CDN Joker lap hasn't counted.
I think I saw that on a previous race. I think if you invalidate your lap, then the Joker won't count, and he's going to have to be careful with that, because he is going to have to do the Joker again. Otherwise, he'll be disqualified and put to the back of to the back of the pack. Who did I see it with? I think it might have been Tyjo in his first race. I definitely saw him take the... Actually, no, sorry, it was Giacomo in his first race. I definitely saw him take the Joker. And for whatever reason, we actually flipped the camera away to look at somebody else. He had to do it once again, so yeah, it looks as though CDM Trooper is going to have to take it again, and we might see it this time with TTV Giacomo taking that second place from him.
And Giacomo this time has managed to operate the green light, so whatever position he makes, he will keep.
Yeah, that is true. And all drivers avoiding penalties this time around. It up very quickly, yeah, all of them clean. Cobra Mojo now with a 3 second lead ahead of CDM Trooper. TTV Giacomo did quicker last lap around as well.
And just checking in with Group 2, how they're getting on. Currently Little God, Immortalis and Porscheman out on track. Little God has got an 8 second lead, Immortalis in second and Porscheman in third.
We did expect big things from Little God, and it's going to be interesting when these two groups come together. I think he's going to be taking it all the way into the grand final, unless he does get wrapped up and super quick, getting consistent 40-second laps, whereas I think so far we've only had a couple of drivers just step into the 40-second lap region.
His last lap round was a 41 second dead.
So very similar in terms of lap times to the rest of the pack, but that is race pace. We'll wait and see. He might be keeping a little bit in the bag, but to have an 8 second lead at the moment is pretty substantial ahead of what is a very competent driver in the form of Immortalis. So lap 7 of 8, CDM Trooper will still need to complete his Joker lap.
I don't think he knows.
I'm not sure whether or not he knows either. It should come up, I think, with an indication to tell him. But if he hasn't got any heads-up display on there, it's hopefully the pit crew will tell him that he needs to complete it. But I'm not sure whether or not they give notifications in here. Let's wait and see whether or not it comes to the end of it. Unfortunately, because of the race rules, it will be a disqualification from him, and yet he avoids that Joker. We'll have to wait and see how this result comes out, but it does look as though it's going to cost him here. I think it's only going to cost him one place.
I've got a feeling this is going to end up in the stewards.
I've got a feeling so. Yeah, I can smell work coming up as well, mate.
Oh, my ears are tingling.
That spider sense of work is definitely going a little bit wild here, but CDM Trooper, unfortunately, we do have to just follow the race director, and if it has invalidated, we've already had other drivers had to take their Joker lap twice because the first time round was invalid, but Pogo Mojo takes the win. CDM Trooper finishes in a provisional second place with TTV Giacomo in third, and then Ben finishing up in fourth, and it doesn't look as though it's disqualified him, so maybe it was just a glitch on our side. So he's held on to that second place with CDM Trooper. Thank God. No more work for us, Alex. Pogo Mojo, though, does take the victory second time around. 2 out of 2 from him, and CDM Trooper finishes in second too. Giacomo in third and Ben Bular in fourth place. We will keep you up to date with how this affects the standings as we approach into the knockout stages. Next up is Heat 6, though. It's going to be Mark versus Maze with Green Gaming and Spankmeyer involved in that one. We'll be bringing you that very shortly. Just excuse me while I jump into the lobby, clear these guys out, and then bring in the new bunch. And I'm back in the room. Looks as though those cats are herded. Drivers have been briefed, and it looks as though livery selected, so we're good to go here. Into heat number 6, Mark versus Mays, with Green Gaming and Spankmeyer also chasing this one. Looks as though it's going to be a battle between Mays and Spankmeyer, really, for first place. But Mark and Green Gaming, maybe we've not seen the best from them just yet.
This should be a really good round. I mean, we've not seen Green Gaming go around here yet, but we've seen Mays and we've seen Mark, who are all up for going super sideways. So this could be the most action-packed race, I think, potentially.
I think we're going to see a lot of body panels.
Yes.
Festooned across the come the end of this race.
Yes. The stewards are brushes at the ready.
Most definitely. I'm just tuning into to Group 2's action. Looks as though Little God is leading race 2 there in what I can only assume is Heat 5, ahead of Immortalis. Only a couple of seconds in it this time, but let's familiarise ourselves with the grid here in Group 1's action. Mays in the number 49 car, Spankmeyer in the number 75, Mark in the number 64, and Green Gaming opt in for, unfortunately I can't see the actual number, but it's a nice orange and black liveried. Let me just check on my list here. Number 21. Here are the lights and ready to go here. Keep an eye on Mays and Spankmeyer as they duke that one out. In fact, a great start there from Green Gaming. It's going to immediately challenge for this one. Now we're going to see them head into the Joker. Oh, hesitant, almost kills the wall there, but looks as though it's worked out well for him. So Green Gaming takes the lead ahead of Mark. Mark collides with him, and oh, heavy contact there is the wall. That is going to sting, I'm sure. Whiplash claims are coming out, but Mays is now in the lead. Spankmeyer in second, Mark in third, and Green Gaming in a battered Dirtfish car in fourth position. We said there was going to be body panels left on, and by the second corner, we've already got some.
I called it. It looked like Mark got the brakes there, just locked up, which had nowhere to go. I think he was more of a passenger in that one than he would have liked.
But Mays continues to lead ahead of Spankmeyer. Spankmeyer looks as though he's gone for the Joker this time around, so that's going to extend Mays' lead as well. We did see Mays really consistent, but maybe a little bit wild. Really super aggressive driving style in these rallycross lights, and doesn't look as though he's going to have an opportunity this time, so the rest of the pack will be happy about that one. Let's have a look at the action a bit further down. Looks as though Spankmeyer is now being challenged by Green Gaming, so Green Gaming's got a fair bit of pace in these cars, considering he had a huge accident. He's sticking on the back of Spankmeyer at the moment. Potentially minor mistake there as we jump into the cockpit of the open windscreen. That shows how heavy the impact was into the wall. Oh, he's going to collide with that wall if he's not careful, and now he's forced into the Joker due to a mistake from Green Gaming. Wonder if that's a little bit of damage just showing through. All drivers now completed the Joker lap, but Mays continues to lead ahead of Spankmeyer by about 2.7 seconds. Mark is now in third place with Green Gaming all the way back down in fourth, just a couple of seconds away from the back of Mark, but looks as though the damage to his car after that accident in lap 1 has been pretty extensive. Let's have a look at how his lap times progress through. Wild over the start-finish line from Mays. He's going to have to be risky. Be careful with that, because it's going to be risky when we've got 6 cars on track. If they're in a competitive place, if you don't take that final jump properly, you can easily find yourself absolutely eating a barrier. He's also really taking liberties there with the track limits. That might be slowdown penalties from Mays. I think so far we've seen one driver with a time penalty, so we know that they are in operation. It just depends on how much track you've got to cut in order to get them.
And it is very lenient, as you said earlier. It does let you get outside the white lines. It's normally at the top of the Joker, and on the exit of turn 3, is it? just check, 3 or 4, depending on how you count this next one.
So this is turn 2 that we're up to.
Is that 3?
Turn 4. It's turn 4. This is turn 3 now. It's turn 4. It's this one that's coming up, the exit of this one.
If you go too far wide on this exit line here, that white line, it will penalise you there as well. So that's really where the main places it's going to get them.
Well, let's remember though, folks, that these are the same for all drivers, so they can all take the same amount of liberty as they can. But it is equally unfair to all. So Mays riding in first. We won't be changing any of the weather settings, time settings throughout all of these sessions, so it's going to be pretty consistent with the long winter that we get in this region of Norway. This is probably about as dark as it gets around this time of year. Maybe a little bit too light for them, but Mays is ruling the roost. In fact, Mark and Green Gaming are now going head and head. So Green Gaming has got speed on this circuit. It's a shame that he missed those first 2 heats, because he could look to do pretty well here. You see them there just right in the edge of those track limits. We can see some warnings popping up on the... Oh, huge mistake. It looks as though he's managed to hold it pretty well. Huge pirouette, full 360 there from Green Gaming, but he's managed to keep the power on and not lost too much time. No penalties to speak of as of yet.
I can't see any sick inside the cockpit either, so that's all good. The human waltzer.
Oh, there's going to be a collision. Yep, there it is. And looks as though Green Gaming's been really done well to hold that one once again, but lost out on a bit of momentum. Holds the inside, and Mark's gone super sideways, scribbling off all that speed. And he falls down into 4th place. Spankmeyer, meanwhile, has been able to take the lead away from Mays. So, new leader here on lap 7, just about to begin. Lap 8, Spankmeyer leading the race, 1.5 seconds ahead of Mays. So that gives us the impression that there's been a mistake.
Immediately suspicious of Spankmeyer's overtake when I see the wobbly bumper.
Heavy petting has occurred, I think, but he's got the lead, and I don't think Mays can complain about any heavy petting after his first 2 races. So
it's worth keeping in mind, chaps, that these cars will take a little bit of a beating. They're not like the typical circuit cars that we race here at Flux, where the smallest dink will seriously upset them. That you do have to punish these quite a bit before you start to really notice it. I think Green Gaming is probably having a few issues, but for the most part, these cars will remain drivable.
I think even it's the suspension damage that is going to do it the most. But I think like you've said, it does have to be some pretty substantial suspension damage. Yeah. It doesn't help in holding the drift, but it certainly helps in getting you into it. So there are the results from race 1 here. Spankmeyer finishes out on top with Mays in second. Green Gaming doing admirably well after the amount of collisions and sort of accidents we saw him in, to finish in 3rd place. So well done there to the Canadian driver, and Mark finishing in 4th. We'll get back to the lobby and then we'll get underway for race 2 here in heat number 6. Does look as though heat number 6 is also about to kick off as well in Group 1. Could just see the drivers making their way to that lobby at the moment.
And it does look like, looking at the little calculator I've got here, it looks like that Green Gaming is potentially going to be knocked out of this one if no one else gets disconnected.
I think that would have to be the case, but
if everyone else finishes, then he's not going to make it, and that's partly because he missed the first round, so only scoring half points basically.
Yeah, and it's a big shame for him, because he's obviously got a bit of speed, and he's able to challenge with these. It just not quite paying attention to the notifications. A little bit too late to come in. We did wait for him, but obviously under a time schedule here, and yeah, looks as though he's just missed out. Just looking at there, it does look as though he's on 4 points after that third place finish. The cut-off is currently set at 8 points. So provided that Bruce Law and One Shoe score a single point, he is going to get knocked out come the end of this round as we go into the knockout stages.
Oh, I'm just getting the emails here. Work has arrived, Murph. The first steward's inquiry has appeared.
We would have done well to avoid it, but we have actually, as I say, altered our rules ever so slightly for this special event. It is going to take, deliberate contact in order to get that. I'm not sure whether or not we've seen any, serious. Basically, it's a ram that is going to get you stuck down the order. But we will check that out in the break between this race. And we're going to have to make a quick decision between myself and the console on that one and adjust the points accordingly. Meanwhile, let's remind ourselves of the grid. So Spankmeyer in the number 75, Mays in the 49, Mark in the 64, and Green Gaming in the number 21, Dirtfish. Just waiting on the drivers to set their cars up, wait for the lights to come on, and then we'll get this final race of heat number 6 underway. Remember folks, 8 heats in the group stages, and then we're just going to be all down to do or die in the knockout round. 1 race for all of them, 3 drivers will go through, 3 drivers will be eliminated. And then when it comes down to our grand final, we'll get both Group 1 and Group 2 together from the final 3 drivers that remain in this one to a 6-car knockout for all of the glory of the One Night of Hell event. Looks as though we're synced up, ready for the lights here. I'm going to go on board actually with Green Gaming. Let's have a look how he gets on. Huge start from him. And we see him now battling alongside Mays. See any contact between these two? They both go and opt for the Joker. She's gone all the way through clean. Green Gaming coming off worse though from that one. So Spankmeyer in first place ahead of Mark at the moment. Both those 2 drivers though yet to do their Joker lap. Mays and Green Gaming now registered their Joker, but Spankmeyer has got an early lead ahead of this one. Already pulling out 2.3 seconds ahead of Mark. Let's have a look at Mark and his position in relation to Mays at the moment. Has got a bit of breathing room it seems, but we know that Mays is pretty competent in these rallycross lights. He's going to look to try and change all of that as soon as possible. Green Gaming finds himself a couple of seconds off the back of the Moroccan driver, but we have seen that he's able to keep it super consistent when he's not dismantling his car on the course. So let's see what he can pull out here in race 2. Spankmeyer though leading the race at the moment, leading the charge, and he's got a comfortable lead ahead of Mark. Yet to do his Joker lap though, so that is going to cost him around about 3 seconds. He's going to try and build that up as much as possible, I believe, until he decides to take it. Let's see what he can pull out of the bag here. Let's have a look, see whether or not Green Gaming got a false start on that one. Doesn't look as though we did. I just saw a race director notification popping up, but it obviously wasn't. It was just an amazing start really from him. Got off the line quicker than all the rest. I think if it wasn't for Mays up his inside, he'd have been coming out first from the end of the first corner. Meanwhile, Mark's able to hold on to second place, yet to do the Joker, but he's got a couple of seconds, almost 2.5 seconds to Mays GR at the moment. He can get hold of about 3 seconds. That'll probably result in a free Joker from him. Meanwhile, Green Gaming is clawing back that lead, currently sat at less than a second between him and Mays GR. You can just see them coming over the jump here on the start-finish, and both of them going very, very wide into the entrance for turn 1. Mark looks as though he's completed his Joker, comes out ahead of Mays at the moment, but it looks as though he's going to lose out to it into turn 2. Good driving there from Mays to avoid any contact. There's going to be a little bit of contact there, a bit of nudges it seems from Mark. Green Gaming has since taken that third place from him, though. He steps up into third place. Spackmeyer yet to complete his Joker lap, but I can imagine we're about to see it coming up very shortly. Not this time around, but he has got 7 seconds lead now, so it should be a free Joker, provided that he can get it sorted and nice and clean. Back to the action though, with Mays in second place. Green Gaming chasing behind. Looks as though he's lost out a little bit of momentum though. Finds himself around about 1.5 to 2 seconds behind, but Mays really running those track limits pretty wide. The race director coming on with full leniency, it seems. Spackmeyer still yet to complete that Joker. Let's have a look whether or not he's going to do it here on lap 6. He's not. Looks as though it's going to be a final dash around the Joker, maybe in the final lap here for Spackmeyer. In the meantime, he's just going to try and build up as much of a lead as possible, but it's been a fantastic race for him. Kept it clean all the way through. In fact, he's avoided any action of any sorts, it seems, and just been plain sailing. Look at Mays and Green Gaming so far. Looks as though Mays has maintained a slow gain ahead of Green Gaming, just stretching out that split time as much as possible, as we can just see the two in the background. In fact, Mark has just taken third place from Green Gaming, so maybe a mistake has cost him there. You see him going very, very deep into the second to last corner, using all the track and then some. Green Gaming, he's got his work cut out. Spackmeyer has now just completed his Joker on the penultimate lap. We'll look over to him at the moment. He's now got a 5-second lead to the Moroccan Mays at the moment. So it looks as though he just needs to bring this one home for the victory. Mays still out of sight. In fact, we can just see him coming over the crest now. But Spackmeyer entering the final lap over the jump. Just needs to keep it clean. Mays is pushing hard to try and reduce the deficit, but it's not coming together just yet. Let's jump over to the battle for third place between Green Gaming and Mark. As though as Mark is holding on to it. Green Gaming pushing hard. Mark almost overstepping. And Green Gaming getting that corner all sorts of wrong, having to turn in a couple of times. A bit early onto the handbrake, I think, and it cost him. Spackmeyer will be coming around the final corner this time around. Looks as though it's been a nice, easy victory for him. I say easy. He did all of the hard work at the very start of the race. Mays, meanwhile, has had some hard work. He pulls it over the line for second place. Good finish from him. Looks as though Mark's going to get a third place finish, unless he's going to be challenged here by Green Gaming. He's not, though, in the end. Comes across the line by a whisker ahead of the Canadian, and looks as though a 1 second penalty from Mark in the end has cost him dearly. That is fourth place from Mark, third place from Green Gaming. It might be his saving grace depending on what happens, but currently Green Gaming in the running to be eliminated come the end of the group stages here. So we're just about to kick off with Heat 7. 2 more heats to go. The Heat 7 lineup is going to be Luke Snipes, who didn't show up. We'll see whether or not you can get him in for his final 2 races. Bruce Law, Wanshu, and Deadly Hawk, who's been struggling to get in as well. So this could be another 2-driver lobby between Bruce Law and Wanshu. Stick with us though. We'll be bringing you all of the action as soon as the lobby is being populated. We'll speak to you very, very shortly. And I'm back. Thank you very much for waiting with me there. We've just been sending out invites to the other drivers and reviewing the racing incident. Looks as though it's going to be an actual racing incident. No intentional ramming or deliberate contact there. So we continue on with just another two-car race with Wanshu and Bruce Law pitting themselves against each other. Both of these drivers will secure their place into the knockouts, and in fact, so long as the drivers turn up for their final race, looks as though it's going to be green gaming in the firing line here. But we line up with Bruce Law and Wanshu. Bruce Law in the number 32, Wanshu in the number 50. Synced up and just waiting for the lights. We go here for the first race of heat number 7. Look at that start from Bruce Law. It's been fantastic. Gotten away into the first corner. Looks as though he's opting for the first corner. Wanshu opting for the Joker on lap 1. Good lead there from Bruce Law. Be interesting to see how Bruce does on this one. We did see him getting wrapped up and getting held up with a bit of traffic, so I want to keep a keen eye on his lap times, see whether or not there's well, on paper whether or not he's going to be in with a shout. But fantastic line through there, hugging the wall. We've seen plenty of drivers with the balls to hug that one, a few drivers making a mistake and just catching onto the Armco. But at the end of lap 1, Bruce Law with a 4.5 second lead, and I think we're going to see a late Joker lap from Bruce Law come the end of this. Stewart's inquiry has been decided upon. It is definitely a racing incident between Pogo Mojo and CDM Trooper. That verdict now just being posted within the Discord. And no intent on there. Looks as though Alex has just joined us back in the commentary box as well from the Stewart's room. How are you doing, mate?
Howdy. Howdy. Plenty of work going on back here, mate. Don't worry.
We are working as hard as we can to try and make sure that this event goes seamless as it can whilst doing 101 jobs. Who said that men struggle to multitask, eh?
Well, we can't. That's why we're having issues.
Bruce Law leading at the moment ahead of Wanshu. 5 seconds as it stands, but Bruce Law yet to complete his Joker lap. Let's have a little look on board with Bruce Law. Gutted that I can't pan around inside this car as we view this, but we can see a bit of a different line there from Bruce Law. Looks as though he takes the middle, then clips the apex. We've seen quite a few drivers go in deep into the start of the corner and running it through and using all the track on the way out, but Bruce Law looks to do it ever so slightly different, hugging the inside onto that one, which is exactly what everybody wants to do. Same with this, and outside, inside for turn 4. A little mistake there from Bruce Law though, I think. Looks like he just missed his entrance point.
It does all sound very much more tame compared to some of the other guys. Some of the quicker guys actually get down into the 141s and even the 140s, the 40 seconds and 41 second mark. There's a lot more noise and a lot more dramatics going on. Maybe Bruce just needs to just let his hair down a little bit, and that will give him the extra bit of pace that he's going to need later on.
I wonder if it's again a bit of a game plan from Bruce Law. Wants to make sure that he picks up the first places. It shouldn't matter too much, so at this stage I did brief the drivers to say that so long as they get a point, they're going to be qualifying through into the knockout stages. I think at this point it needs to be maybe utilising a little bit of practice to try and push it as far as possible, because making mistakes in these heats when you have already qualified, it's not going to cost you anything. But when we get down into the knockout stages, they've got one race to do it all, 2 additional cars on track. You know, that isn't the time to be experimental with it. So for any of the drivers that are currently watching the stream that are about to compete in Heat 8, that would be my advice to you. Obviously run your own race, but so long as you pick up a point, you will be qualifying into the knockout stages. Maybe use that just to try and test the absolute limits and any lines that you may have seen other drivers pulling off with positive benefits. See what Bruce Law can put in on this lap. He was lapping 42 seconds and he's still looking around about the 42 mark. Lapping on 43.89 and just bring up the current Group 1 sheet just so I can see where he currently stands in there. So both of these drivers currently ranked at the bottom actually of the standings table before they went into this. Of course, a few drivers have already completed their 4 qualification heats, heat races should I say. But now on to the final lap. Let's see whether or not we see Bruce Law really pushing it. It does look to still sound tame. It doesn't look tame, but we've seen plenty of drivers really sticking onto the rev limiter, you know, destroying that engine and gearbox, whereas Bruce Law sounds like he's driving it like he owns it. The repair bill won't be coming your way.
He sounds like he's paying for the doors.
Big send there into the final lap, and that's the first time that we've heard a bit of tyre squeal from Bruce, so maybe showboating on the final lap. Let's see what his time comes in at. 42.7 in the end, but a race 1 victory in heat 7 from Bruce Law. One shoe comes across the line for second place, and then we'll be returning to the lobby and getting this underway in the end. So best laps, let's take a bit of a benchmark with it. 42.448 from Bruce Law, 43.211 from One Shoe. Let's see whether or not they can improve that as we go into race 2. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the 2 drivers now, and then we'll get this second race underway. Just trying to keep a little bit of an eye on what's going on in 2 at the moment.
I've got a feeling they are one heat ahead of us, so we should be finishing around about the same time, almost by design.
They've caught up then.
I think they had a complete no-show from one round, and only one driver showed up.
Oh, well, that worked out nicely.
Little sheet, heat 5, Flush managed to end up on his Todd. So maximum points, minimum effort. That's got to be the way.
Looks as though both drivers are now ready for this one. Let's begin race 2 of heat number 7 here. If you're only just joining us, or if the stream is running in the background, just to remind you that this will be the second to last heat before we reach the knockout stages. They're going to come really thick and fast then. We will be pausing the broadcast for the grand final, so be sure to make sure you stick about on our YouTube channel to make sure you don't miss that. We'll be bringing the 2 groups together into one final 6-car race, and then we'll be crowning our Dayton himself, the king of hell, and it's going to be a real interesting race to see who progresses through that one. But for now, let's focus on One Shoe and Bruce Law, just to remind ourselves again. One Shoe in the number 50, Bruce Law in the Owl number 32. Weird name for a race team, but the Inquiring Owl team. But we are underway. Good start from Bruce Law, getting the jump on one shoe, it seemed, just with the drop of the clutch. Bruce Law opting for the Joker early on. Both drivers actually opting for the Joker early on. Looks as though Bruce Law's got the better entry through the apex, but one shoe is still on it.
I mean, the trick with these cars, what we're seeing here, especially with one shoes in the background there, is just not getting the car to rotate early enough. As I said earlier, they haven't got loads and loads of power, so you almost have to unsettle the car, like we've seen the little sort of Scandi flicks, or upsetting the rear by using the brakes and the steering combined. But you have to do that early on to get yourself back onto the power as early as possible. If you arrive at the corner and you're not sideways, then it's too late.
I think the trick really is as well, it's timing that Scandi flick. Just in case anybody doesn't know what we're on about, I can't imagine it's just an English term. Scandi flick, a Scandinavian flick. You're going to be turning the opposite way to the corner to unsettle the back of the car, and then turning in, usually pretty heavy on the lock, into the corner. But once you unsettle that rear end, you lose a little bit of rear traction. That's going to allow the rear end, when you do turn the steering wheel in the correct direction, to get that back end to step right out for you. Quite often accompanied by a big pull of the handbrake as well.
And if we stay with Bruce, you'll see him perform one into turn one if he does it like he did last lap. So he'll come out here and get right up by the wall, turn towards the wall, a little one there, and then a whole load of boot.
And he'll just be balancing the lock on that car. You can see there actually the front wheels not actually turning with a whole lot of lock. So it seems like a relatively low steering ratio, obviously not required because the rear end is usually trying to overtake the front end, so it's just trying to balance out the steering input onto that one. But he's already making it work, almost 5 seconds ahead of one shoe at the moment, still lapping in the 43s, which I don't want to jinx it, I don't want to give any commentators curse, but I don't think it's going to be able to compete with some of the faster drivers that we've seen when it comes down to the knockouts. That being said, anything can happen. We've had a couple of two-driver races so far in these heat stages. Things are going to get a whole lot more interesting with more cars on track, as we've seen in some of the full heats. Anything can happen. We saw big incidents, big contacts between Pogo and CDM Trooper. I think we also saw Maze as well. Along with
Mark and Green Gaming, they had a little
to do. It just happens when you're driving on ice and snow, I'm afraid, and especially with a car that wants to go sideways. If you haven't ever seen a rallycross race in your life, head on over to YouTube, check it out. I'm a big fan of motorsport in general. I love all forms of it. But even if you don't know what the hell is going on, you can enjoy rallycross. I think my mother could enjoy rallycross just because there's so much going on in such a short space of time.
I think it is
usually cars airborne, usually huge collisions. It's great racing.
It's short, sharp fun with the most complicated point system ever in motorsport. I think is the trade-off, but
yeah, you can usually enjoy it. I mean, it's not always works model cars either. So we're looking at, as I've said before, these are modified Fiesta STs from the look of it. Maybe stripped out rally Fiestas, but you can get rallycross races in pretty much anything. I've seen some late 1990s Vauxhall Novas sending it round, modified Novas as well usually, so the rear wheel drive, and it's absolutely crazy. Citroen AX GTs and all sorts going on, Peugeot 205s. If it's cheap and you can mod it, you can often send it. But penultimate lap so far, Bruce Law is leading this one by 10.2 seconds. He has made similar sort of lap times throughout this race. It looks as though it's going to be a secure way in for him. as I mentioned, all the drivers need to do to qualify into the knockout stages is show up from this point on. But Bruce Law now onto his last lap. Let's see whether or not we get improvement there. We do. 41.718 seconds there, so maybe we did have the measure of it. Maybe Bruce is perhaps just holding a little bit back. We know he's a tactical driver. If you don't know the name of Bruce Law, check out any one of our championship streams. I think the only one that he hasn't competed in is the LMP2. So if you check out anything from 2020 Season 2 here at Flux Motorsport, which you'll be able to find within our YouTube channel, you'll be able to see what this guy's capable of. Usually really well calculated, smart driving as well as bags of pace. But comes across the line for the final time to take the victory. Slightly slower lap that last time around, so maybe listening to me, we've got a commentator's curse, but he does take a brace of victories here in heat number 7 as Wanshu just comes around the final bend for the last time and competes that rather spectacular looking jump. So that is heat number 7 out the way. One final heat to come here in the group stages of the One Night of Hell Group 1 Championship. Next up, we're going to have Dirk Diggler, Dr. Potford, and Taijo1212, who's been waiting patiently very early on in the morning over in the Philippines. So we appreciate his constant dedication with Taijo. We'll just jump back into the lobby and then get these guys cleared out and into the heats. Come the end of this, in fact, just providing that the drivers do show up for it, it does mean that our eliminated drivers are going to be Green Gaming, Deadly Hawk and Luke Snipes. Deadly Hawk and Luke Snipes actual no-shows for this one, so unfortunately for Green Gaming he gets the cut just because of default for not showing up for those first 2 races. Anyway, I'll go in and set the guys up. Once again, back in the room, the drivers are all set up. I've given them a quick brief, but 3 drivers raring to go here. And looks as though all set. We're just populating the quarter-final listings. It looks as though the race results on this one are going to dictate it. But so far, it is now Green Gaming being eliminated after all 3 drivers showed up. So unfortunate for him. I think he could have done pretty well as well if he did get in. He certainly had bags of pace, but just missing out on those first two races certainly cost the young Canadian driver. Onwards and upwards though, Spankmeyer, Taijo and Dirk Diggler now in the final two races of the qualification heats. Just checking out on what's going on here. Looks as though there's the final heats as well going on in Group 2. We'll try and wait for information from Lecky or McToasty on what's going on with there. Let's familiarise ourselves with the cars that we're going to be following through this one though. Dirk Diggler in the number 36, Taijo in the number 21, Dr. Potford in the number 62. In fact, we'll jump into the cockpit view so that we get the best view as we go into turn 1 here. We are on board with Dr. Potford. Dirk Diggler on his right, Taijo on his left. Let's see whether or not we get 3 wide. Depending on the start here, we can see red light, and 3 greens and we're away to go. You could hear Taijo there lighting up the tyres. It's been a monster start from the young Filipino. Is he going to opt for the Joker? It doesn't look as though he is. Oh, he does. He changes his mind in the end. You can see Dr. Potford there clipping the apex. So Dirk Diggler decides to stick it out. Taijo and Dr. Potford now completing their Joker lap. I think because the guys know that they've qualified through, they're going to be testing the boundaries of what they can get in terms of lap times. We may see some rather dramatic, adventurous lines coming into here, but we'll wait and see. Very close between Taijo and Dr. Potford here. As expected, to be honest, both of these guys running real quick. Torturing those tyres. Looks as though he's lost his front end as well at some point. Huge hampered turn. Really pushing that boundary out. Double turn in there. I think Taijo, the only driver inside this lobby, currently racing with the controller. I think both Dirk Diggler and Dr. Potford on a race wheel, and Taijo there just making a bit of a mistake. It's going to cost him bad. He's going to have to sit and wait there for a long time unless he's going to get a huge penalty. Just wait for the other drivers to go through, and that is going to be him racing onwards and upwards. Because all drivers are qualified, they are just pushing the boat out, running some testing. Taijo in second, Dirk Diggler in third place. All drivers now completing the Joker lap on lap 3 of 8. Oh, and a huge mistake there. Oh. Heart in mouth. Taijo there making a couple of mistakes, almost collecting up. Dirk Diggler as well as he found his way back onto track. So I think this is definitely proving that trying harder is definitely slower in terms of time. You can see huge standing flicks. I think maybe just on entry spending a little bit too long on the wrong lock.
He spent a long time setting it up, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit too much opposite turning, and it's perhaps just sending him the wrong side and messing up his line a little bit from what I can see from this angle. He's just missing those apexes. It looks fantastic, but yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no points. Maybe next time we'll put in a style point slider. We'll have three guest judges.
Like Strictly. Good send there from Taijo into turn 1 just to take Dirk Diggler out. It's gone all sorts of wrong from Taijo. Just over-rotating, I think, and as he tried to over him, I'm waiting for it each and every time we come over that crest.
It's definitely been put there on purpose, I think. Specifically placed to catch at least someone.
Oh, it's bound to. It's like there's a similar pylon in Rapuna Park and that somebody is always me that catches that electricity ball, and it stops you dead, and you're usually doing about 120 miles an hour, so it really puts you in a bad mood for the rest of the race. Dr. Popford, though, first one actually to break into the 42 seconds. I think the guy's just out there having a lot of fun, it seems, but that being said, it's a risky game having a bit of fun, because if you get into that bad habit after spending so long honing your line and your rhythm, when it comes into the knockouts, it's going to count. So I reckon that we're going to see those lap times starting to come down as they take the last couple of laps a little bit more serious.
We have seen from Dr. Popford keeping it very clean and very neat in all of his rounds. Actually, we saw him have big pressure from Mays earlier on in the qualifying heats, and he's been able to keep it together. So if he can keep this sort of form going, he could be in for a shot.
For those of you that aren't aware of Dr. Popford either, Dr. Popford is really surprised us all, and I mean absolutely no offence at all to the driver. His ability in a GT3 car and his consistency in a GT3 car found him finishing third, I think, in the GT3 Championship last season. He had an absolute monster season, and he is just that sort of consistent driver that will always be there. When he needs to turn it on as well, he can pull off some incredible moves from people. And we can see him now, as I expected, in the final couple of laps, really starting to string together quick laps. A 41.5 last time around from Dr. Popford. We did see Tyjo as well in lap 6 pulling out a 41. So the guys are getting the game face on as it comes into race 2. I think the fun and games are over, and we're going to see game face on now for race 2 of heat number 8. Let's have a look at what this lap time is from Dr. Popford as he comes across the jump for the last time, crossing the line in first place. Dirk Diggler looks as though he's going to secure second. He's got around about a second and a half on Tyjo. He comes across the line. Tyjo there making a wild line over the jump with a 1 second penalty in the end, but that is the final running order. Dr. Popford wins the first race of Heat 8. Dirk Diggler in second, and Tyjo 12-12 in third place. We'll head back to the lobby now, and then we'll get ourselves spun up into race 2, and it looks as though we may well have the results, I think from group 2. Not just yet. Yeah, it looks as though group 2 is now finished, heat 8, so we will bring you who has qualified through this one. I think all drivers will have qualified. We'll see what goes on in that one.
So in the semi-finals for Group 2, it is Andrux, Little God, Immortalis, Ice Dexo, East Fraser, Flush, Luna, Porscheman, Not Samuel, The Source, and Old Smoky. But I think a couple of these guys aren't actually there. They just fell through by default. So that probably will change up a little bit.
We'll keep you updated on that one. Yeah, it looks as though RJ2, Ice Dexo didn't show up for those ones. Harry W98 also a no-show. I think Luna Zodiac was the one and only driver. Sorry, just getting a message through from Zyjo who's saying that Scandi flicks don't always work. Yeah, he's just been having a bit of fun through that one, I think. But ready to go now for our final race in Group 1's heat events. And then we'll be able to give you the running orders for the quarterfinals. Looks as though Tyjo as well ruined his radiator on that one. 90 engine damage, he said when he crossed the line. So it's obviously
that's quite impressive, actually.
Heavy front end damage over 8 laps can result in your car exploding. As we wait for this one to load, just to remind everybody that Season 1 of 2021 will be beginning I think the first race actually kicks off with the touring cars. That's going to be coming on the 2nd of February. The actual championship sign-ups open up tomorrow, the 25th of January. They'll be running for a week while we populate the driver lists, and then it'll be kicking off with the touring cars and myself, live and direct, 8 p.m. UK time, live on our Flux Motorsport YouTube channel. Be sure to hit that subscribe button to make sure that you don't miss any of the action. But here we go, all set up for the final race here in heat number 8. This is going to be the final race in our group qualifiers as well, and they are underway. Looks as though a pretty even start from all drivers. Taijo heading up the inside line, and a huge pump there up the rear, so forced into the Joker it seems from Dirk Diggler. Not sure what went on there, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. I wonder whether or not just maybe Taijo onto the brakes, because it didn't look as though he was prepared to do the Joker. He was just forced into it after a bit of a persuasive nudge. In fact, it was a general GBH assault charge going on. Dr. Popford, though, is in first place. Taijo looks as though he's managed to catch back up to Dirk Diggler. They go over the jump side by side. That can easily result in tears from both, but both drivers managing to get away from it. Taijo looks like it's business as usual, as we saw in the first 2 heats. A bit of contact there, he does well to catch it.
That's what the practice for in heat 1, see? This is
certainly exchanging some paint between these two. No love lost, it seems, between Taijo and Dirk Diggler. They're definitely pushing each other pretty hard. Dr. Popford, meanwhile, is sitting nice and comfortable, around about 2.3 seconds here above the rest. Taijo looks as though he's managing to hold on to second place early onto the handbrake, and look how clean he is. This is more what we've come to expect from Taijo's first 2 races in these qualifications. Those lines are looking buttery smooth, similar to what we've seen from some of the other quick drivers. And I've got to say, his lap times might be quite as quick as the other ones, but if Taijo can keep out of bother, I think he's looking pretty sharp for the knockout stages.
It does look like he's found a little bit of pace in this second go at it. Obviously he's got it all out of his system now, all business.
Let's have a look at that lap time, 41.588, and we have seen Taijo, he's been one of the few drivers that have managed to get into the 40 seconds in a race situation, so it looks as though he's returned to his rhythm. I mean, these lines look fantastic from him. He's now making gains on Dr. Popford. Looks as though he might have an opportunity depending on the exit of this corner. He's certainly carrying a lot of speed through there. You can see there, that is the Scandi flick that we come to expect. Did over-rotate ever so slightly, but look how well it set him up for the drift into the final corner, and this is looking really tasty between these two. Dr. Popford and Taijo, less than half a second between them at the moment. Dirk Diggler, meanwhile, finds himself around about 3 seconds back, so it's all to play for these two guys at the front.
I think Taijo's brake pedal is broken.
He's strictly using the handbrake from here on in.
Handbrake and friction.
Well, I think, as I mentioned before, Taijo is the only driver inside this lobby running on a gamepad, I believe, and looks as though, you know, maybe the ability to make small corrections. Yeah, I think it certainly is. As he goes up the inside, he's going to be side by side over the jump. He built up a little bit of a gap for them, thank God, but he has got the inside now, and gets on that handbrake so early. And he's managed to make it count. We see a little bit of contact there with Dr. Popford, but that was Dr. Popford's own doing. And Taijo now commands a lead of just over 2 seconds with 2 laps to go here.
That poor car.
It is getting absolutely
He's hounding it.
Well, you know, 8 laps worth You're not paying your race engineers, and you don't have to change those piston rings yourself, so why the hell not? Jesus, that turning then. I thought he was coming straight into the cameraman.
I can't even concentrate other than just how sideways he's going. The Scandi flick is supposed to be a flick, not a complete turn to the left, and then all the way. But he's steering it like it was a ship.
It's making it work for him though. 41.6 that last lap time, and it does seem to give him real fluid entry into the next turn. He's just keeping those revs up. I don't think his foot has left the throttle throughout this entire race. I think it's just stuck to the floor. I mean, you can hear it. It's torturing, absolutely torturing those valves. But he's making it work for him. 41.908. Dr. Potford's also got a big burst of speed as well. Also lapping in the 41s. Looks as though Dirk Diggler... Jesus Christ.
That's relentless.
So unbelievable from Taijo. I mean, it looks mighty impressive, and it's not that slow either. But adventurous lines, comes across the line. Well, I'm almost lost for words, mate. For the first time today, Taijo 1212 gets the win, and what a win it was as well. He caught up to Dr. Potford. Big mistake into the first corner of the first lap, but he managed to make it all the way from the rear up to first place, in an epic victory from him. He'll be really happy with that. So, as mentioned, that does conclude our group stages here for Group 1. We can now see how that sets us up for the quarterfinals. Our first quarterfinal race is going to be held between Pogo Mojo, Spankmeyer, CDN Trooper, Ben Bueller, Mark and TTV Giacomo. And of course that means that our second quarterfinal here in Group 1 is going to be Dr. Potford versus Bruce Law, Taijo, Mays, Dirk Diggler and Wanshu. What a quick group that second one is. I mean, that is going to be ridiculous. Quite frankly, that is all to come so far. We'll just get the drivers headed up. But Pogo Mojo, Spankmeyer, CDN Trooper, Ben Bueller, Mark and TTV Giacomo, if you can get yourselves prime and ready, we'll be getting those invites out to you very, very shortly. In the meantime, let me just go and congratulate these drivers, and we'll be back on the air very, very shortly. Well, the drivers have been briefed. Looks as though we are still waiting on Mark. He's going to have another minute or so to get in, but otherwise this race is going to start without him, and it will only be 2 drivers eliminated from this one. Invites have been sent. I'm just got to wait and see. He is currently online as well. Be unfortunate if he's been caught short. Another 30 seconds and then we will get this race underway here in the first round of our quarterfinals. 2 quarterfinals in Group 1, 2 quarterfinals of course in Group 2. Then we're going to have a semi-final, which is going to be the remaining 6 drivers of Group 1 and 2, and then we'll combine the 2 groups together. There will be a brief pause between the streams as we load up the final just to bring the 2 groups together. But make sure that you tune in for that one. It's going to be, about 7 minutes of frantic action to crown our king of the One Night of Hell special event here at Flux Motorsport. Looks as though that is our time done. It looks as though Mark is going to miss out. I'm going to get this lobby started now, unfortunately without him. So our first elimination has already happened before the race has even begun. Whilst we're loading this up, just to remind everybody once again, just to, if you're watching this for the first time, or maybe you've been a Flux follower for quite a long time and you're deciding that now is the time to get involved, all you need to do is download Discord, completely free app. Head on over to www.fluxmotorsport.com and you'll find a link in there how to join our Discord. You'll be welcomed in by the staff members after you've filled in a short information form, and then we'll complete a quick evaluation drive just to see how your skills fare and then get you involved in some of the championship and community race action that we host every single day here at Flux Motorsport. Let's have a look at the driver lineup though. TTB Giacomo, we've seen him in that blue and white liveried car. Pogo Mojo in the number 79. Spankmeyer 75. CDN in number 44. And then in number 83. Lights are out though now, and away we go. Maybe a little bit of a false start from Giacomo again. We'll check the timing boards off that one, but he is going into the first corner in first place, I think. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was
Everyone's going for the Joker.
Everyone going for the Joker at once. This is what we expected with 6 cars, well, with 5 cars on track. There's so much more risk of contact. But Ben Bueller off to a flyer here. He's got 2 seconds lead to the rest of them. We know that there's some seriously quick guys in this lobby. Look at that send from CDM Trooper in that Chiriza liveried car. And yeah, there's plenty of send going on. So it's Ben Bueller first place ahead of Spankmeyer. Pogo Mojo's about to take second place though. And CDM Trooper also looks as though he's going to move up. That's a hard sign. Oh, he just missed it. I was going to say, usually we see on project cars too, the signs will actually explode. That one will not. That will ruin your car. So much action here in the opening laps. Oh, as you see a big cut of the corner there and a bit of contact between Spankmeyer and CDN. Oh, and CDN gets high-sided, wraps it up, he keeps the pedal in. He's just not taking his foot off the throttle and he's managed to get away with it. There is going to be damage to that car though. Let's have a look at what's going on at the front of this pack. Ben Bueller in first place as he comes over the jump. Is he going to take his Joker yet? I think he's the only driver so far not to take his Joker lap. He's not going to take it so far. He's going to try and build up as much of a lead as he can inside that Stepper Navi Racing lead car.
That lead is coming down. Pogo is flying.
It really is, isn't he? 2 seconds well, almost 2 seconds quicker that last lap around, but look how much speed he's able to carry through. In fact, let's jump into the cockpit of Pogo Mojo and just see how much he's able to capitalise on that late line there with Ben. And I think this might be the move here into turn 1 that we see Pogo Mojo take the lead here into the first knockout stage of Group 1. really early handbrake. I think Ben Bueller's gone for his joker lap. He has indeed. And just coming around the outside, still manages to hold on to second place though, so it could be a really positive finish from Ben Bueller at the moment. TTV Giacomo currently in the firing line along with Spankmeyer for the elimination of this one, but there are 4 laps remaining, so it's Pogo Mojo leading to Ben Bueller and CDN Trooper in first, second and third place. TTV Giacomo and Spankmeyer in the running for elimination. TTV Giacomo is currently showing up as though he hasn't done his joker lap. I do believe that is an error on our infographics. I think he did take it in the first lap. Pogo Mojo leading by almost 3 seconds now, and real consistent lap times from him all day long really. The American driver really has got the hang of these rallycross light cars.
I did tell you all early on that pink cars go faster, and we are seeing it in action right before your eyes.
Most definitely. Lap 6 is about to commence here, so 2 full laps remaining. 3 full laps remaining on this one. TTV Giacomo is now at the back of the pack, or still at the back of the pack, but he is challenging Spankmeyer, it seems. He's going to be bragging rights, and they're getting mighty close. Both cars missing the front bumper, it seems, so both caught some collision, as did CDN Trooper, but CDN Trooper really did just keep his foot in it. It looks as though that is Giacomo's window of opportunity. He takes up the inside. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? 2 drivers come together, and now he's lost his rear bumper as well there, Giacomo.
There's some dynamic weight reduction happening for Giacomo in real time, trying to find that little bit extra.
Enhanced cooling going on for both the engine and the exhaust system now in Giacomo's car.
Project Cars 4, that's how they'll look by default.
Well, up at the front, Pogo Mojo dominating this race really. 5 seconds ahead of Ben Bueller. Ben Bueller's done very, very well. He didn't perform too great in the qualifying heats. I'm sure he won't be too offended by me saying that, but he's really got it nailed down this time around. His lap times are looking really, really positive as well, so maybe he's been holding back on us a little bit, and he's pulled out an absolute belter here. It looks as though he is going to finish above CDN. No points on offer. It will just be the top 3 drivers progressing through to the semi-finals. Pogo Mojo there. Look at this guy. He's bunny hopping around. He's clipping so much of those curbs. So sideways as well. I do wish it was like snow racing or ice racing, where they have the the windscreen wiper on the side window. You'd see it going frantic on here. Pogo Mojo brings it around for the final time. He's going to take the race victory here. He's seen consistent 41-second laps as well, and a little bit of a flamboyant finish there. Looks as though Ben Bueller as well finishes ahead of CDN Trooper, but CDN Trooper really hunted him down in the closing laps, and now Spankmeyer has got a Giacomo all over the back of him. Doesn't look as though Giacomo's going to be able to do it unless he can send it up this final corner. He's mighty close to it as well, just over-rotated a little bit at the end, but unfortunately those 2 drivers will now be eliminated. So let's get the confirmation of who goes through. Pogo Mojo, Ben Bueller and CDN Trooper will now progress to the semi-finals. Next up in our second quarter-final, it's going to be Dr. Potford, Bruce Law, Taijo 1212, Maze Gamer, Dirk Diggler and Wanshu coming up very, very shortly. Stick around and we'll be bringing you that race as soon as we can. Here we are, drivers are ready. This is a mighty, mighty quick lobby as well. It's going to be, I mean, both lobbies have been quick, but on paper, this is going to be really tightly contested. Quite a few favourites appearing inside this one.
I feel sorry for Dr. Potford and Bruce Law in this one, because they have been the neatest and tidiest I think we've seen thus far, and they've been put in a lobby with hooligans. Mays, Tyjo and Derek Diggler are fully sideways, maximum attack.
It's going to be interesting. It certainly is going to be interesting. It's going to be another one as well where I think we're going to have plenty of body parts left on the track come the end of it. Just having a look through, it looks as though Group 2's quarter-final is now completed. So it was Andrux, Little God and the Source progressed through their first quarter-final there. They'll just be getting their second race underway. Looks as though all drivers in our lobby, though, ready to go. So this one's a little bit too tight to call, don't you think, mate?
This is getting close. Really, really quite quick, I've noticed.
It really is. I think, I mean, I know I mentioned it inside the stream, but Ben Bueller there, I think they're the quickest lap times that we've seen put out all day. Maybe spurred on by the other drivers, but who knows? I mean, he's just become my wild card, I think.
I think we've only seen one 40-second time, and I think it came from Tyjo.
It did indeed.
Early doors. So everyone else sitting as like the low 141s is where you want to be sort of in with a shot, I guess. But I think the 40 seconds are going to start to creep out now as we get closer and closer. This is the first This is the first full grid we've had. This is going to be noisy and chaos, I think, is the word.
Looks as though Bruce Law and Tyjo starting up on the front grid, so a minor advantage for them. All grids have been randomised, so it's all in the roll of the dice, really. They're in the project cars to hand of God with it.
Two of the cars in this grid have teeth on the front of them.
they're not the most placid of drivers either, from what we've seen so far today. So those teeth will be used, I think.
Especially this is for the final 3 spots as well for the final, so this is all to play for.
Most definitely. There will be another semi after this, but away they go here into the second quarter final of this Group 1 race. Bruce Law getting a good start, and this is where the chaos will ensue, I think. Looks as though a couple of drivers opting for the it looks as though it's Tyjo, Mays and Wanshu opting for the Joker early doors. I think that's probably a wise tactic. Try and spread out the grouping of the cars a little bit, just to try and avoid contact as much as possible. But Bruce Law leads to Dr. Potford, Dirk Diggler in 3rd place with Mays in 4th, Tyjo in 5th, and Wanshu currently at the back in 6th. But those last 3 drivers have completed their Joker lap. Into lap 2. I've got to say, this is more of what I expected from Bruce Law, so I have a sneaking suspicion that he was perhaps holding back a little bit. I can hear him torturing the engine a little bit more. We can see those licks of flame coming out the exhaust, which means that he's right on the limiter through a lot of it, pushing the car harder than he has in previous ones. I'm waiting with bated breath to see what this lap time is, but I think this is going to be 41s. We only saw a couple of those from Bruce Law, but it does look as though Dr. Potford is getting mighty close to trying to ruin his day. Just outside in the 42.6s so far. Keep an eye out on Tyjo's as Bruce Law decides that now is the time for the Joker. just avoiding any contact there through the crossover from the Joker. He retains in the lead. Dr. Potford yet to make his Joker lap. I think all the rest of the drivers have. If not, it may be Dirk Diggler that hasn't. It's Dr. Potford leading to Bruce Law. Let's have a look over to Dr. Potford and see that gap ahead of Bruce Law now stretching out 2.45 seconds so far. Meanwhile, back in fourth place, there's a battle between Mays and Dirk Diggler. Mays obviously catching something. In fact, both Mays and Dirk Diggler with a bit of a wobbly front tooth.
I can guess what it is they call.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's one another, but still they're in the firing line at the moment. Dr. Potford, Bruce Law and Tyjo looking like they're going to progress through. Tyjo so far absolutely flying as we expected. Let's go over to Tyjo. I'm going to jump on board into the cockpit of him as he looks to try and take on Bruce Law on the side. Look how much speed he's able to handle. Big flick there from Tyjo. And the tyres tortured, as we've seen throughout all of his races. Looks up the inside now. Early flick from Tyjo. Not going to be able to pull it off this time. And only 3 seconds back to Mays. And Dirk Diggler not too far behind this, unfortunately.
I think fearless is the word I would use to describe Tyjo's approach here.
Oh, most definitely. I think that is kind of required from a rallycross. Looks as though a little bit of a nudge there. It wasn't purposeful at all. I think Bruce Law just ran a little bit deep, and as Tyjo's car came round online, it just gave him a little bit of a bump. That's an interesting apex that Tyjo's just found, but over-rotated completely. I think he's maybe getting
his own track now.
Yeah, I think he's maybe getting a little bit too over-anxious, it seems, and over-driving it a little bit. He may come under risk, but he's got a couple of seconds back to Mays, so... I
think a lot of it is a rhythm. I think if you make a mistake and break your rhythm for this, it'll take you a little minute just to get back in the swing of it.
Looks as though he's found it once again, though, as he comes over the line. Dr. Potford lapping 41s quite consistently. The rest of the drivers in the 42 or 43 region. You see another very early apex from Tyjo. That's really upset the balance of the car. And we might see an over-rotation once again. Caught it brilliantly, I think, there. I was expecting him to go flying off sideways. Lap 7 of 8 here. Looks as though Dirk Diggler as well has just got a couple of corners to go before he begins that final lap. So far, it's Dr. Potford, Tyjo and Bruce Law that will be progressing on through. Mays just falling outside of that window along with Dirk Diggler and Wanshu at the moment. Oh, super wide there from Tyjo. Let's have a look over Dr. Potford as he completes his final lap. It remains Dr. Potford, followed by Tyjo, followed by Bruce Law. Bruce Law's got a couple of seconds ahead of... Mays at the moment. But it is going to be quite a comfortable last lap. He just needs to make sure that he keeps it in the right direction. But Dr. Potford once again having an absolute stormer. Kept himself out of trouble all the way through. Stuck to the game plan. There isn't a scratch on the bodywork of that car either. And as he comes around the final bend, crosses over the line, and it's first place for Dr. Potford, second for Tyjo. I was just anticipating him to stop before the line then, and Bruce Law and Mays to take the victory, but unfortunately Mays, Dirk Diggler and Wanshu will now be eliminated as we go into the semi-finals. Just one race remaining from this group into the semis. And just to give you our semi-final lineup, it is going to be Pogo Mojo, Spankmeyer, Pogo Mojo, Ben Bueller, CDN Trooper, followed by Dr. Potford, Bruce Law and Tyjo in that final race. In that semi-final race. We will then be combining both of our working groups together into the grand final here at the One Night of Hell special event. we'll get back into the lobby now. We'll get these guys cleared out and get this final Group 1 lobby up and running. Thank you for holding on, ladies and gents. We are back now with our semi-final of Group 1. This is going to be the final race before we combine the two groups, and this is literally the best of them all. We're going to see real tight racing action here. We're going to see some rather adventurous lines, I'm sure. We've seen the driving styles of all of the drivers so far throughout the day. We've got some that are more aggressive than others. We've got some that are cool, calm and collected and just try and keep out of bother. And I think the combination of those two together is going to make for some pretty frantic action. As ever, we've got 8 laps of hell to come up. And then we'll be taking up the rest of the drivers from the semi-final of Group 2 and combining them all into one grand final. But as we line up here, let's get ourselves reacquainted with the cars and the liveries. Taijo 1212 in the number 21, Pogo Mojo in the pink and yellow number 79, Ben Bueller in the 83 orange livery car with Dr. Potford in the number 62, TDN Trooper in the number 44 and Bruce Law in the number 32. You'll be able to notice Bruce with the owl on the front of it. What do you say to this one, Alex? Have we got a favourite lined up? To be honest, I can't pick it from these lot.
I'm still going for Pogo on basis of he's been quick all day and he's in the right coloured car. So
I don't think he's finished outside of first, though, has he?
He did. He had a collision with CDN and came third in one of the qualifying heats, but he's definitely been always up there challenging.
And he's got a good start as well. In fact, all drivers, maybe Ben Bueller just again, a little bit of a slow start. 4 drivers once again opting for the immediate joker, so that puts Taijo and CDM Trooper up into first place, yet to complete the joker lap. So it's Taijo leading to CDM, with Pogo Mojo in third, Dr. Potford in fourth, Bruce Law battling it out with Ben Bueller at the moment. You can see Bruce Law up on the inside and holding on to that 5th place so far. Let's have a look at what's going on at the front. Taijo holding on to just shy of a second onto CDM Trooper. Just as I jumped into that lobby, giving them the briefing before the race. Ooh, that was a sideways landing there from Taijo. That can often result in tears. Taijo now deciding to go for the joker lap. But yeah, as I was speaking to them, CDM Trooper was really praising the way that Taijo attacks it. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how he does against this. Taijo now, though, has dropped down into 4th place. We'll have to wait and see how he can recover this back after completing his joker. So CDM Trooper is in the lead with Pogo Mojo in 2nd, not too far behind, with Dr. Potford keeping it slow and steady in 3rd place. Taijo in 4th, Bruce Law in 5th, and Ben Bueller in 6th. In fact, those 2 drivers had just exchanged places. Really close driving between these two. 2 British drivers here. One from Chester, unfortunately. Not sure where Ben Bueller's from, but in the briefing I made sure that we left it all out on track. They've got one shot at this, and they're going to have to push themselves to the very limit to try and progress through into that grand final and to be in with a shout to be crowned King of Hell. Back over to CDM Trooper, who's got Pogo Mojo still within touching distance. 1 second difference between the two at the moment. The top 3 drivers last lap around setting a 41-second lap, and there's whiskers between all of them. Taijo in 4th place at the moment, still within reach. In fact, he's just taken 3rd place, Taijo, away from Dr. Potford. You can see how close those two are, so I suspect that was maybe a little bit of a mistake from Dr. Potford, and he's going to have to push himself pretty hard in the final half of this race to try and take that back from him. The lap time also reflecting a bit of a mistake, 2 seconds off the pace of Taijo that last lap round with Dr. Potford. Oh, and a huge mistake. It's CDM Trooper. CDM Trooper's turned himself around. He finds himself in 4th position, so that gifts 3rd place to Dr. Potford. He has got bags of pace, CDM Trooper, but he's going to have to utilise it all. Looks as though he was just the making of his own demise. Ends up over-rotating, spinning it round and recovering the car pretty well to try and get it in there. Pogo Mojo now in 1st place, Taijo in 2nd and Dr. Potford in 3rd. CDM Trooper is being pursued though by Bruce Law. And also Ben Bueller not too far behind as well. Back over to our race leader, lap 5 of 8 laps. Pogo Mojo leading to Taijo at the moment. Less than a second between these two, and really similar lap times. Pogo Mojo was actually 2 seconds away that last lap round, but I guarantee that this lap will be much closer between the two of them. Both of them absolutely rattling off the limiter. Pushing these cars real hard, both of them opting for early handbrake sideways action. Very similar driving styles actually throughout the day between Pogo Mojo and Taijo. It's going to be hard to call between these two, but Taijo is making inroads, just a couple of tenths in it that last lap around. Dr. Potford's also putting in some pretty hot laps as well. He's in 3rd place at the moment, and he's built up a 5-second gap between him and Bruce Law, so it looks as though as we enter now lap 7, it looks as though our top 3 are almost decided. They just need to make sure that it's error-free for the remaining 2 laps here. Pogo Mojo 1st place, Taijo 2nd, no change there, but Taijo has just lost out on a little bit of time, it seems, from the splits. Doesn't look as though he's going to come under any danger. Let's have a look at what's going on with Bruce Law and Ben Bueller at the moment. These two guys still real close between the two. CDM Trooper is still struggling to recover after that mistake, it seems. unfortunately, even the battle between these two, as impressive as it looks on stream, it's not going to count as we enter the final lap. Pogo Mojo in first place, Tiger in second, Dr. Potford in third position. It looks as though these three drivers are going to bring it home and qualify into the grand final here of the One Night of Hell special winter event. Pogo Mojo comes across the line for the final time, takes up yet another victory, proving himself as a really competent rallycross light driver. Dr. Potford then joins just behind Ty Joe 1212. These two drivers will now progress through to that grand final. Now that is it from us here in Group 1. We're now going to combine the two groups. Congratulations to the top three drivers. Commiserations to Bruce Law, Ben Bueller and CDN Trooper, as well as all of the drivers that have participated today. From us all here from the Flux Motorsport staff team, we appreciate your competitive nature. We've loved watching all of this action. It's something very, very different to what we're used to here at Flux Motorsport, and it's been a real joy. We are now going to end this current stream. Be sure to hit that subscribe button so that you don't miss out on the grand final. That'll be coming up very shortly. We just need to combine the two groups and we'll get this kicked off as soon as possible. Thank you very much for joining us, and be sure to stick about. Have that time allocated. We're going to have a couple of minutes and then the final will be brought to you. The final is going to come thick and fast as well. It's a one-shot final, so we'll see you all very, very shortly.
is I have to interrupt Murph. We have actually need to do the semi-final for Group 2 as they have had some technical difficulties. So we just need to just getting on top of it now, mate. Invites are coming out, and then we will be underway shortly. Sorry.
Hello, ladies and gents. We are back. It looks as though we're hosting the second semi-final here from Group 2. So we've got Immortalis, Flush Ethic, The Source, Andrux, Little God Steve, and Not Samuel here in this one.
Who is it?
The top 3 drivers are going to be progressing through into the grand final to join both Dirk Diggler, Taijo and Pogo Mojo to try and get crowned at the top of that. Apologies for the technical difficulties, apologies for the little lack of information or misinformation that's come through. It looks as though we're now back on track to get this special event finished. So let's have a look at the liveries of our drivers. Start off with Ben the Source in the red and blue Alpha Racing number 126. Andrux 13 in the number 45. Not Samuel in the number 65. Immortalis in the Dirtfish car. Little God in the number 15 blue, white and orange liveried car. And then Flush Ethic in the number 55. So just waiting for the final setups to be made, and then we'll be ready for lights out here in the final semi-final of the day. Remember, top 3 drivers at the end of these 8 laps will progress through to the grand final. Looks as though the grid is now set. We're just waiting on the lights to appear. 3 reds, 2 greens, and away we go. Bit of a delayed start there from Little God, it seemed. Oh, sorry, it's Not Samuel that ended up falling back. Let's have a look who's going to take on the Joker to start off with. Looks as though it's Immortalis, Andrux, and Flush Ethic taking the Joker to start off with. Bit of contact there as well between Immortalis and Andrux, it seems. Over at the front, we've got Ben the Source leading to Little God, and then Not Samuel in 3rd place. Those 3 drivers yet to complete their Joker lap, though. And the first glimpse, or the first full glimpse that we're getting from these guys as well. Taking the lead, deciding actually on the Joker this time around, so he is going to drop back. So the Source now comes into 1st place. We've got the first instance where we've got the crossover from the regular circuit and the Joker coming together, mighty close there. Let's have a look between this battle between Androx and Little God. Little God sending it up the inside early onto the handbrake, and the 3 drivers as well, really close behind. This is looking like a really hotly contested one. Who was that? Was that Androx going sideways? In fact, it looks as though Not Samuel and Immortalis, or was it Flush Ethic and Immortalis coming together? Both the drivers getting spun around, and that's going to hurt their position as we go into lap 3 now of the 8 laps.
I was about to say, this has been the closest group yet. As they come out of that Joker, they were all bunched together. But that incident has definitely helped spread them out a bit.
Yeah, it really has. Really close between them, and looks as though just a little bit of a mistake has really punished Immortalis and Flush Ethic. They now fall quite far away from the pace. Not Samuel's not too far away, as we see somebody's front end taking a bit of a spin across the circuit there. But it's the Source leading to Little God at the moment. Really, really close between these 2, and then Andrux in 3rd place, not too far away either, as they come over the jump to begin lap 4 of this 8-lap semi-final heat. Looks as though the Source
out massive here.
Yeah, he really is. I think he probably missed out on taking the Joker when he has. I think an earlier Joker would have done him. Just putting the edge off that one. That could result in a warning from the race director for putting the track limits. We'll have to wait and see, but it's Little God leading the race. He's got 2.5 seconds at the moment to Andrux. Let's have a look at this lap time that comes in, because he's managed to make pretty large headway ahead of Andrux.
So we've heard that
it's 41.1.
Little God has been another secret favourite, I think. In practice has been able to get down into the 40 seconds. We see him here with 1:41.1, so he's definitely knocking on the door of the right sort of lap times you want to be at to take the final top step.
Yeah, and I mean he's a relatively new driver to Flux Motorsport. He's made some lasting impressions in pretty much every class that I've seen him in. He's currently our record holder for our current community challenge. He's pretty quick in anything from open wheels to Clios, and also looking as though he's pretty darn quick inside these RX lights. He's now built up a 3-second lead to Andrux, who's leading ahead of the Source. The Source has got around about 5 seconds ahead of Immortalis, who's clawed back into 4th position, and Immortalis is really throwing down hot laps now to try and get himself back in the running. Might just be a little bit too tall of an order. But we stick with Lånkebanen, number 45, Von Dutch Motorsport livery, and he's continuing to build up big leads here. He's lapping around about 0.6, 0.7 of a second quicker than the rest of the drivers on track, and looking really consistent with his lines as well. Slightly different to what we've seen from Pogo and Taijo, maybe a little less flamboyant, but you can see the delicate movements there on his steering inputs. You're seeing a much larger steering lock as he enters them. In fact, maybe I was wrong about the flamboyance. Really early rear end step out on it with a Scandi flick, and riding the curves a little bit less as well, which might be where that extra time is. Jump on board with the cockpit of our current race leader and have a look how he balances that steering wheel.
It does look a lot more in control compared to the style we've seen from the likes of Taijo.
I mean, just look at his steering wheel input at the moment. He balances the oversteer, balancing that rear end drift so well. It's looking really controlled, and I think that is where he's making up this little bit of extra time and consistency. But no change between the top three as we come into the final part of the final lap. It's Little God heading up Andrux with the Source in 3rd place. Looks as though the order was just a little bit too tall for Immortalis after his contact with Flush Ethic. Not Samuel also missing out on this one, but Little God takes the victory, and what a victory it was. No drama whatsoever, just plenty of quick laps. Andrux now crosses the line with the Source closely followed between us. So there are our finalists from Group 2, and Immortalis crosses the line, missing out his front end. Not Samuel crosses the line sideways, and then Flush Ethic just coming around the final corner for the final time, and he crosses the line in 6th position. So as mentioned, this concludes all of our semi-finals. We're now going to get the final lobby set up. So joining Little God, Andrux 13 and the Source 51 is going to be Pogo Mojo, Taijo 1212 and Dr. Potford. Stay tuned for that one. We'll be bringing it to you as soon as possible. We may as well keep the stream going. So once we get into the lobby, we will also get those drivers over to us. And so, as the final lobby is set up, I've just given the drivers a briefing. This is the best of the best within the RX lights at this snowy hell circuit. And what a day it's been, mate. I think we've all got some idea of what these drivers are capable of now after following them throughout the day. And I think it's a pretty even playing field, really. They're all lapping around about the same sort of lap times. We've seen consistency from all of the finalists.
I think you've got Little God and you've got Pogo who've been able to keep it real neat and tidy and lightning quick. You've got Tyjo who's driving like a lunatic, but crazy quick. Androx showed good pace. So yeah, these guys are definitely well balanced and all deserving to be here. But this is it now. This is the time to get rid of all the sandbags, drop the gloves, and go for it. Winner takes all.
Winner does take all. The grand prize will be given to our first driver to cross the line. Nothing for second place in this game. So let's have a little run through the rest of our drivers for the final time. Pogo Mojo in the number 79, Tyjo number 21, Andrux number 45, Dr. Potford in number 62, Little God number 15, and then the Source in the 126 car.
Who's your favourite? I'm still sticking with Pogo. I've been backing him since from the beginning. I can't change now.
This one's pretty hard to call. I mean, Little God definitely showed a lot of talent in that last race, but that is the first that I've seen him with. So I think it's too hard to call. I think anybody could come away with it, really. But yeah, Pogo is certainly looking pretty close as the red lights are done with. The green light is out, and it's a great start as well from Pogo. In fact, good start from all drivers all round. Let's have a look how they come into the first corner. It's as though we've got 4 drivers opting for an early Joker lap. Does look as though Dr. Potford just held himself up a little bit as he missed the apex. So it's Andrux and Little God now battling it out for first place. Bit of contact between the two, exchanging paint. And Andrux and Little God have been racing together throughout the day in Group 2, and they obviously got a measure of each other at the moment. Definitely made the Jokers count, it seems. So Pogo is the leader in the Jokered drivers. Tyjo in second in that little group with Dr. Potford. And then the Source in last place at the moment, coming over the line for the first time round. It's the beginning of lap 2, and both Andrux and Little God decide to do their Joker lap. Does look as though Little God made a bit of a mistake. But Pogo and Tyjo jump into first and second place, and there's a big bit of contact there between Tyjo 12-12 and the side of Little God's car. I think Tyjo came off worst, but still only 2.6 seconds and a huge spin around there from the Source. I think, not too sure what happened. I just saw the car come around, and the Source drops down into 5th place. In fact, he gets taken over by Dr. Potford as well, so falls into last. So it's Pogo Mojo leading Andrux at the moment by 2 seconds. Andrux in second place, Little God in third with Tyjo in fourth, Dr. Potford in fifth, and then Ben the Source in 6th place. We can see both Andrux and Little God coming together. Look how close they are, these two drivers. Oh, it just takes his front end away there. And,
you can tell it's the final.
Yeah.
No
I did
love
say
lost.
to them in the briefing, you know, this is it. It's do or die. Leave it all out on the track, and Little God certainly is. He's got a small task ahead of him, though, to try and catch Pogo Mojo. Does look as though he's eating away at his split times at the moment, but let's see whether or not he can carry this for the remaining 4 laps of this race.
And although it's not shown on our screen that we're looking at, Pogo has already done his Joker lap, so it is now just a straight race to the end.
Yep, all drivers have completed their Joker lap. Please don't pay any attention to our glitchy graphics that have been with us all through the day. The race is definitely on, and you can see Little God currently lapping 6/10 quicker than Pogo Mojo that last lap around, and that's been able to bring the split time to less than a second now. Little God definitely pushing himself pretty hard and showing what he's capable of.
He wants it. He wants it.
He does. Mojo's going to have to work hard to keep hold of it, but lap 5 of 8 now getting underway. Mojo just going slightly wide on that one, and he's 1.2 seconds away from the pace Oh, Little God though, getting a little bit of air over that curb. Really early turn in there from Pogo Mojo, a bit too early. That might allow Little God to come on through. We'll have to wait and see. Looks as though he's been able to benefit from it. Actually, he might get a slowdown penalty from the race director. We are reliant on the race director. There will be no stewards' inquiries in terms of this. We have seen it throughout the day where we've seen some unique lines being taken, but we have also seen penalties being issued, so the race director has full control of penalties in terms of that. Pogo Mojo breaking into the 40 seconds last lap round, so really pushing hard to try and secure this victory. Though there was little change. In fact, let's have a little look at the back of this. We've got Taijo all over the back of Andrix 13. We've not seen a change in driving style from Taijo throughout the day. It's been full aggressive, full send, and look how early he gets onto the handbrake to try and fling that car around.
It's not often you cut to a driver overtaking another and he's looking through his windscreen into the side screen of the other driver. What a sight.
It's certainly been action-packed for sure. Back over to our race leader though. Pogo Mojo is holding on to around about a second, but Little God again lapping around about half a second quicker. And it's going to all come down to the wire, I think, mate. It's 1 second in it at the moment, but Little God is certain to have a quicker lap time this time around. We've seen how much he can take chunks out of it. Have a look at when they cross the line for the final time. Final lap now, ladies and gentlemen, at the One Night of Hell. And both drivers into the 40-second region. Pogo is definitely putting his foot down. Both drivers
this is it.
Definitely won this one, don't they?
Now is the time to whip the car. You're not going to need it after this lap.
We have got 4 more corners to go until we crown our King of Hell. Around this rather epic competition. Thank you for joining us throughout the day and sticking with us all the way to this grand final. But what a final it's been, as Pogo Mojo looks as though he's got it sorted. He comes across the line for the final time, takes the victory.
Great
and
effort.
It is a victory for the American driver there. Pogo Mojo has been your favourite throughout the day. He certainly didn't disappoint, but huge congratulations to Little God as well for making it so damn close. Looks as though Taijo, Andrux, Dr. Potford have now crossed the line, and here are the final race results for the final of the One Night of Hell event. Pogo Mojo takes the victory here. He wins all against the Brit of Little God. Little God able to put in some pretty hot laps throughout the day, but look at that best lap from Pogo Mojo. But I don't think we've seen him go quicker at all throughout the day, so he certainly pulled out that extra 10% in that race. Commiserations though to Little God, Taijo, Andrux, Dr. Potford and Ben the Source for giving us such great action throughout the day. And that is it for our winter special event. As I've mentioned throughout the stream today, we will be opening up our championship sign-ups tomorrow. That is Monday. So make sure that you tune into our Instagram, Twitter or Facebook page to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the details through that. As I mentioned earlier on as well, we're going to be expanding out to our Pacific time regions as well to accommodate the Americas this season. And just to give you a little bit more details on that, because I've had barely any time to run through it throughout today, we're going to be bringing you 7 championships in total. It's going to be a combination of the touring cars on Tuesday. That begins from 8 o'clock UK time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thursdays is time for the GT1's return, 8 p.m. UK time and 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. And the American Sports Car Series kicks off on Fridays. That is going to be run through the GTEs this season. That kicks off 1 a.m. UK time and 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Saturdays is LMP2 and IndyCar days. The LMP2s begin at 8 p.m. UK time, which is 3 p.m. Eastern Standard, and the IndyCars kicks off 1 a.m. UK time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. And Sundays, finally, is the GT3s and stock cars, with GT3s running 8 p.m. UK time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard, and stock cars 1 a.m. UK time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Whilst I've got you here, Alex, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box today. What a day of racing.
Thank you for having me, Murph. And I'm not saying I called it, but I told you all that pink cars do in fact go faster. There it is. There it is, everyone. Well deserved. Well deserved.
Yeah, congratulations once again to Pogo Mojo. Massive thanks to all of our competitors in this One Night of Hell special event. And we hope that you've enjoyed watching it as much as we've enjoyed commentating it. If you want more information on what we do here at Flux Motorsport, then you can go to www.fluxmotorsport.com and find all the information that you need out there. And if you've enjoyed the content that we've put out on YouTube today, be sure to hit that subscribe button. And if you've really enjoyed it and want to contribute to this fantastic community racing, if you want to contribute, to Flux Motorsport in general, to this fantastic racing community, you can do that by going over to www.fluxmotorsport.com/donate, and we'd appreciate all the help that you can give. I've been your host, Murphy GBR, joined by TheConsole. In for there, you'll be able to join me in a couple of weeks on Tuesday to kick off our Season 1 of 2021 in the touring cars. Until then, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you all very shortly. Take care and good night.